Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the December 6th meeting of the Ann Arbor City Council. If you're able, please rise and join us for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would our clerk please call the roll of council?
Councilmember Hayner. Councilmember Hayner.
Here in Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Dish.
Here in Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Griswold.
Here, Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Song.
Here, Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Grand.
Here in Ann Arbor.
Mayor Taylor. Oh,
Here in Ann
Councilmember
Arbor.
Medina.
Here in Ann Arbor.
Mayor Taylor.
I am still in Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Iyer, absent. Councilmember Nelson.
Here in Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Briggs.
Here in Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Present, Ann Arbor.
We have a quorum.
Excellent. May I have a motion, please, to approve the agenda? Moved by Councilmember Briggs, seconded by Councilmember Medina. Discussion, please, of the agenda. All in favor? Opposed? The agenda is approved. Do we have communications today from our city administrator?
No, sir, we don't.
Thank you. We now have an introduction from the chair of the Independent Community Police Oversight Commission, Dr. Lisa Jackson. Dr. Jackson, you have the con.
Mayor, I do not see Dr. Jackson on the call. If she's on under a different name, if she could raise her hand.
Dr. Jackson, why don't you raise your hand by entering *9. *9. If she rolls on in.
I do not see her.
All right, well, if she rolls on in, please let me know if you would. In the meantime,
Oh, I have her now.
Excellent.
Should be joining us in just a second.
Super, thank you.
Good afternoon, my apologies, or good evening, my apologies for keeping you all waiting.
Oh, never worries, it's all you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me. And for those of you who don't know me, my name is Lisa Jackson, and I'm the chair of Ann Arbor's Independent Community Police Oversight Commission. Last month, I spoke before this body about the concept of radical imagination, that we should allow ourselves to recognize the possibilities created by considering seemingly impractical ideas before limiting ourselves with our real constraints. Today, I'd like to continue that conversation by speaking about what it takes to get buy-in for radical imagination at an institutional level. This past April, the city approved a resolution directing the city administrator's office to establish a program or to produce a report outlining the impediments to establishing a program to introduce a non-police public safety response within the city. For those listening who aren't familiar with the language of the resolution and the context behind it, this resolution has the potential to lay the groundwork for true, unarmed, non-police response in Ann Arbor. Also included in the resolution was language specifically noting that this work should be done in consultation with the Independent Community Police Oversight Commission. Over the past 2 years, our commission has been enthusiastic about working with other agencies and institutions to improve public safety in Ann Arbor. So we were particularly excited at the prospect of working directly with the city administrator's office to implement the kind of substantive change the community has been asking for years. However, in the months that followed, we were met with silence. We've reached out to the previous city administrator, the previous interim city administrator, and the current interim city administrator to inquire about collaborating on this project. And each time we were dismissed, despite stressing to them that we had access to essential information that they didn't have. Because as collaborators, we felt it was our duty to share the expertise that we've acquired to assist them in their task. And in the 8 months that have followed since the passing of the resolution, our commission has participated in over 50 more seminars, town halls, workshops, as well as other trainings on non-police alternatives to public safety to further our expertise on the subject. And yet, this expertise will continue to be of limited value to the city of Ann Arbor and the communities within it if every collaborative effort we engage in ends in being stonewalled by our partners' disinterest. We've got to be honest about this. The behavior of the city administrator's office, not dissimilar from behavior of the Ann Arbor Police Department's administrative department, about which I have previously commented to council, makes sense. No one likes oversight. No one's paycheck or bonus ever depends on adhering to oversight. No one gets a pat on the back from their boss for thinking about oversight. And no matter how much I talk about the importance of oversight, no matter how much the activists in our community demand more accountability from our government, at the end of the day, there's no real incentive for the people working on the ground within these institutions to care about the work we do, because the cultures within which they exist fundamentally do not value being held accountable. And that's not something my commission can change. No more than putting flashing neon lights on a floor is wet sign makes people more excited about workplace safety. The only way people's perceptions of oversight will change is if incentives are provided that change them. That means that in this case, the power lies in council's hands, in your hands. For all of the resolutions proposed and public comments made, this council cannot expect attempts at oversight to bear fruit if your own work doesn't extend to changing the way in which institutions over which you preside think about both public safety and community oversight as a whole. Today is December 6th, 25 days before the deadline outlined in the April resolution. And I have no doubt that shortly after making these comments, I'll get an email from the city administrator's office with a version of the proposal that they'll have coincidentally just finished and want our buy-in on. And in all likelihood, we'll have to decline their request. Not because we don't want to work together, we do, and we've been trying to do that. But because when this city and its institutions think of oversight, they just think of a checkbox. And I know this city deserves better than that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. We now come to public comment reserve time. Public comment reserve time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment reserve time, one needs to have signed up in advance by contacting our city clerk. To speak at public comment reserve time, please enter the number on your screen. That is 877-853-5247. 877-853-5247. Once you're connected, please enter meeting ID 942-1273-2148. 942-1273-2148. Once you're connected further, please enter *9 to indicate that you wish to speak. Our clerk will identify you when it is your turn to speak by the last 3 digits of your telephone number. When it is your turn to speak, you will have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the time. Our clerk will notify you when 30 seconds are remaining and when your time has expired. When your time has expired, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. Our first speaker today is Lauren London.
Lauren London, go ahead and unmute yourself. Lauren London, you can go ahead and speak.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. Sorry, I was having some problems with my microphone there. My name is Lauren London. I come to you this evening on behalf of the Parks Advisory Commission, in which I'm privileged to sit. And I'd like to just briefly draw your attention to the resolution that PAC passed, recommending that City Council include the Gallup Park Vehicle Bridge Replacement and Park Road and Trail Renovation Project for consideration in its award of American Rescue Plan funding. We understand that the city is going to receive upwards of $23 million in funding as a result of the ARP. We think that the Gallup Park Vehicle Bridge Replacement and Park Road and Trail Renovation Project is a great candidate for this money. It falls into the eligibility requirements for general government services, including infrastructure. We think that it would appropriately support Council's priority of providing a well-maintained and sustainable transportation infrastructure across the city. Also, the Parks and Recreation Open Space Plan, which is part of the city's master plan, identifies park bridges and infrastructure improvements as a goal. And residents have continuously expressed that maintenance and widening of existing segments of the border-to-border trail is a high priority. We think that this project will greatly improve circulation, access, and safety in this most popular of our parks. Already, there is a master plan and schematic design, and community engagement is underway. So we think the project is ready to move into design engineering and could be bid as early as the latter part of 2022 and constructed as early as 2023, which is well before the 2026 ARP spending deadline. Right now, this segment of the BDB Trail is very heavy with commuter cyclist traffic and recreational users, and the trail actually doesn't meet current standards for width, given its high level of use. So the project would expand non-motorized access to Gallup Park, cross the bridge, widen the B2B trail to meet current standards, relocate the B2B road crossing, and separate commuter cyclists from recreational users to improve the safety experience for everyone. The project is scalable and includes two parts that can be funded and constructed in phases or concurrently together. And it would free up, as a result, having this funded
30 seconds.
by the ARP would free up significant capital improvement funds for other park investments. So we'd greatly appreciate if you take a look at this project for inclusion in the ARP request. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kevin Karpiak.
Kevin Karpiak? Can unmute yourself? Kevin Karpiak, do you have a comment?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We can no longer hear you if you're speaking.
Mr. Karpiak, you're muted again.
Hello, I don't know why there's echo.
I think you need to
Maybe
turn
now
down the
there's no echo.
volume.
So, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, sorry about that technical problem.
That's all
Hello,
right.
so my name is Dr. Kevin Karpiak. I'm a professor of criminology at Eastern Michigan University, director of the SMART Research Project, and a resident of Ann Arbor. I am calling today to voice my objection to agenda item CA24, resolution to approve the collective bargaining agreement between the City of Ann Arbor and Ann Arbor Police Professionals Assistants, who are represented by the Police Officers Association of Michigan and whose resources fall within the administrative control of Ann Arbor PD. I object not necessarily to the content of the agreement, but because of the process whereby it has come before council, which bypassed ICPOC, the Independent Community Policing Oversight Commission. ICPOC was created to be a forum in which members of the community could discuss issues of public safety in order to provide recommendations that can ensure better informed council decisions. However, if ICPOC is not systematically included in that process, its potential to achieve its purpose is undermined. Any item City Council votes on or City Administration plans to make a decision on that pertains generally to public safety or specifically to Ann Arbor PD and its resources should go before ICPOC. It is my understanding that this was not the case for CA 24, nor for any other number of recent items, such as on this agenda, CA 23 and CA 10, both of which also directly bear on the allocation of police resources. If City Council is voting on it, it pertains to public safety and the allocations of resources therein, ICPOC should have a chance to host a public discussion of it and provide recommendations to council on it. On a separate but related issue, I am looking forward to the report on unarmed public safety being prepared by the city administration. As a member of the Coalition for Re-envisioning Our Safety, a diverse coalition of community members who care deeply about transformative justice and building care-based safety in our community, I have witnessed directly the value of a community-led engagement on these issues. This has resulted concretely in our recent proposals for how such a plan might work. To date, over 500 people have endorsed our plan. I am greatly encouraged by the enthusiasm displayed by our community to explore an unarmed non-police service that could connect people to the resources they need when they need them without exposing them to additional risks. For that reason, I do hope
30
that
seconds.
it has been given a substantive role in shaping the city's recommendations, as the initial resolution says it should, and that it will be brought before ICPOC as part of a public meeting prior to any conclusions about the feasibility of such a program being offered or decisions about how to proceed with the potential program are made. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ralph McKee.
Mr. McKee, phone number 556, go ahead.
Hi, this is Ralph McKee, 5th Ward. I'm speaking tonight on DC2, the mayor's appointment proposal, which strips council members Ramali and Nelson of certain committee assignments based on the recent Salvatore report, Ray Tom Grishardo's whistleblower complaint. The report, as you know, says flat out that Nelson and Ramali disclosed info from a closed session to Guijardo and then piles on several other accusations completely dependent on that one. The report is flawed. I sent a detailed memo to you earlier today exposing those flaws. I can't even list them in 3 minutes, so I'll just the high. Actually, these are the low below the belt notes points. Salvatore's report treats her central accusation as an established fact without even mentioning that she interviewed both Ramali and Nelson and asked them if they had disclosed closed session info. They categorically denied it. The only possible source of her accusation is an interview with Tom G. 17 days after the council members met with him. She didn't record the interview, describe what he said, or provide her notes. Salvatore's failure to even mention the flat denial of her accusation is inexcusable. If she was acting as a special master in court, the judge would likely read her the riot act. Ramali and Nelson say they just told Mr. G what happened in open session. And what happened there likely caused him stress and made him fear for his future. Let's review. His complaint says, as to his relationship with Fournier, that Fournier was obnoxious from day one, got worse, became intolerable just before making the complaint. He says he went to post him on Friday 10/1, was promised a no contract protocol, and sent his first written complaint. On Monday, he went to a meeting that Fournier also appeared at and became very upset. He felt after that he could no longer trust Steve Postma, and he sent his second detailed written complaint to you. In open session, Councilmember Griswold said the complaint was in part against Steve Postma. Postma responded, quote, "There is no complaint against the city attorney." Earth to Steve, actually there was. And his statement is worse than prejudging or mischaracterizing. It's flat out denial of reality. 7 of you then lauded his and his staff's actions up to then without any independent investigation of why the Human Resources Director believed the no contact protocol was in place or why it actually wasn't. He clearly believed that was Postma's fault and very important, but you blew it off and Salvatore barely mentions it. Then you rejected the request he made via Elizabeth Nelson's amendment and professional opinion, Ray Lee for Fournier in favor of the city attorney's view. I guess that high regard you had for his professional judgment when you used him to justify getting rid of Tom Crawford isn't so useful when you want to protect one of your own, Mr. Fournier, who has since tweeted that the whole complaint was a complete fabrication. The real reason our human resources director left is Fournier, Postma, his staff, and you. Look in the mirror. The attempted blame shifting going on here is ludicrous. Thank you.
Aye.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ann Bannister.
Ann Bannister, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello.
Go ahead.
This is Ann. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Hello, this is Ann Bannister, former council member from Ward 1, and I'm calling tonight to raise concerns about DC4 putting the climate action millage on the May ballot before the Energy Commission and Environmental Commission have a chance to weigh in on it. I'm also raising concern about DC2, the purging of Mayor Taylor's political opponents on council from their committee appointments. And then lastly, C2, the ordinance to amend Chapter 55 to consolidate power in the planning department and remove the requirement and opportunity for valuable public hearings before City Council on important projects and proposals like the mass rezoning with TC1, Valhalla, Lockwood on Jackson Road, the Garnet, and Lower Town. In November 2019, I was the original council member who responded to Ken Garber and the students with the Climate Mobilization Project to bring forward their petition to declare a climate emergency. We took it to the Environmental Commission and ultimately City Council and achieved a unanimous approval from both bodies. In 2020, this resolution became the A20 carbon neutrality plan. So I've been involved in our climate action, but at this time, I do not feel that it's ready to be on the ballot, and I would prefer that it be referred to the Environmental Commission and the Energy Commission for their expert feedback. With regard to the council committee appointments, in October, when Tom Guajardo, the esteemed HR director that we had searched for years to find, filed a formal complaint against John Fournier within a few months of arrival, I received an email from one of my African-American friends where they exclaimed, "Another Black man under attack" upon their arrival at City Hall. And, you know, I have to say that then when the mayor's legal team and outside council investigation determined that Mr. Guajardo's complaint had no merit, I found that very hard to believe, that there was no merit there. And Mayor Taylor, respectfully, your brand of diversity, equity, and inclusion is not in keeping with my understanding of Treetown, and U of M has hired Mr. Guajardo to be their HR director of museums. So it's our loss, and I do wish that you will seat all elected city council members equally on the committees so that they can serve the citizens who elected them at the ballot box.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Elizabeth Hunter.
Ms. Hunter, phone number ending in 877. Press *6 to unmute your phone. Ms. Hunter, press *6 to unmute your phone.
Am I live?
You are audible.
Hello?
Yes.
Our new city HR director, Tom Guajardo, reported to council many instances of mistreatment by city administrator John Fournier. I will read some examples cited in Mr. Guajardo's report, which is on the city website. Mr. Fournier has engaged in blatant discrimination against me. This treatment and retaliation has become more prevalent as I have vocalized my objections to his willful neglect for the law, as well as his intentional actions to illegally manipulate and alter budget documents for the sole purpose of deceiving City Council. End of quote. At first, HR Director Guajardo did not accept the job offer due to the illegal nature of the hiring process. I will read again from the report. At that time, I formally notified City Administrator Crawford and City Attorney Postema of the illegal activity by Mr. Fournier. To this date, there has been no coaching, counseling, or corrective action issued to Mr. Fournier for his blatant violation of the law. You will see direct evidence in this memo in which Mr. Fournier is guilty of violating both state and federal employment law 68 times. The attached email from Mr. Fournier containing illegal commentary and questioning. Regarding the management and treatment of executive staff, there is clear discrepancy, particularly toward persons of color. I have witnessed Mr. Fournier be confrontational, disrespectful, and combative. This has also been witnessed by numerous staff members on multiple occasions. End of quote. The complete report is on the city website, along with an investigator's report where, amazingly, Fournier is absolved of all of Guajardo's complaints. The reports are indicative of the now sinking ship that we call our city government. The captain is Christopher Taylor, who is currently attempting to throw certain council members overboard. And by the way, he is on record as not supporting EPA involvement in the Gelman plume. Also, the investigator, Jennifer Salvatore, who Taylor hired to absolve Fournier, is the same one he hired to knock off City Administrator Crawford. I'd like to end by saying I'm greatly disappointed in Attorney Postema for partnering with Taylor in the tyrannical degradation of our city government. Thank you.
30 seconds.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Thomas Stolberg.
Mr. Stolberg, phone number 534. Press *6 to unmute your phone. Go ahead.
Good evening. This is Tom Stolberg calling from Lowertown in Ann Arbor. I'd like to talk about 3 items. First off, the climate action millage. I would like to see this come to us voters, and I'd like to see it come when it's ready. It is not ready. I'm on a task force that feeds into one of the items that's asked for on here. I know my task force is not ready yet. The time spent between now and when this comes to us, perhaps in November, when more people are voting than a special election in May, I'd like to see spent on detailing how the money will be spent, including goals, deliverables, metrics, etc. It simply needs to be clear enough for us to understand exactly what we're voting on for this money. Also, I'd like to see it dovetailed with a specific AATA millage increase that we know will be required in order to meet our 820 goals. These two things are not going to happen in a vacuum from each other. They need to happen together. Let's know what the total ask is before we ask the voters. Thank you. DC2, committee appointments. Mayor Taylor, stop playing politics. This is just about you going after your opponents to make it harder for them to win a re-election. Councilmember Hayner was charged, convicted, and sentenced by you, Mayor Taylor, and your council allies. And now that his sentence is up, you're extending it. That is not how an ethical democratic institution operates. And then you're just playing more games with council members Nelson and Ron Lowry, not sitting them on committees. It's we citizens, we're the ones who are being penalized by Mayor Taylor's political actions against the city council members that are not part of his team. This is how dictatorships work, not how democracies work. I'd like to talk about item C2. There's a lot in here. I want to focus on one element, the removal of the requirement for a city council public hearing and review of site plans, making the City Planning Commission the deciding body on site plans that are by right, rather than a recommending body. There is some merit to do this, and there's support from planning associations for it, and that could be a good policy in a vacuum, but Ann Arbor is not in such a vacuum. We're overdue on revising our comprehensive plan. We didn't do it because that COVID hit, but now we're able to do things. We've all learned as a society how to engage publicly. It's time to get on with that, and we should not be making this change prior to revising our comprehensive plan, in part because there's a whole lot of things we should have done as part of comprehensive plan revisions, even partial ones, that we haven't been
30
doing,
seconds.
and we are out of conformance with the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act. So if we want to talk about this as a good policy that's recommended by planning associations, there's a whole lot of things that Ann Arbor is not doing right now that would be frowned upon, that the planning associations would frown upon what we are doing. I want to look at one thing real quickly, TC1. We didn't hold a comprehensive plan revision for that, and now we're going to take away site plan review for 69 parcels that the city is going to mass rezone. They'll never come to council ever for a site plan.
Our next speaker is Daniel Adams.
Daniel Adams, phone number 761. Press *6 to unmute your phone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
Good evening,
we can.
Council. I'm calling in to talk tonight about two items. First, Resolution C2 is a badly overdue reform of the city's development approval process. We've seen time and time again how the current site plan approval process creates opportunities for unhelpful political grandstanding or no-win litigation on by-right projects, and sows public confusion regarding council's role in approving unpopular projects. If a project complies with prevailing zoning, the process of obtaining city review and approval for that project should be clear, cheap, and fast. And C2 is a welcome step in that direction that will make it easier and more predictable to build housing in Ann Arbor. Second, I was disappointed, not surprised, to read that two members of City Council may have interfered in a pending significant HR investigation by meeting with and discussing matters that related to that investigation with the complainant. I'm using may here as a courtesy to these two council members, despite the fact that the investigating attorney was unequivocal in her final report in her view that these events actually transpired, and despite the fact that both council members have now publicly admitted through media reports that they did in fact meet with the HR director after council approved launching an investigation. That approval occurred early in the morning of October 5th. Conducting an independent investigation free of outside influence benefits both the accused and the accuser. To preserve that, the investigator and only the investigator should have been communicating with the complainant regarding the subject matter of the investigation after October 5th. It is undisputed that that did not take place and that this meeting occurred. So the mere act of meeting with the complainant at this time on this subject was an indefensible lapse in judgment, regardless of intent. And that's true before we even reach the more troubling allegations here. What did these council members say? Did they waive the attorney-client privilege that is the city's privilege alone to waive? Did they misrepresent key facts, mislead the complainant, and actually interfere in the investigation? As an attorney, the overheated rhetoric we've heard tonight, words like purge, dictator, and the excuses we've been subjected to regarding this obviously improper behavior are gobsmacking. We've heard that the investigating attorney who owes a fiduciary duty and a duty of candor to her client lied to her client and defamed Councilmember Nelson. We've heard that the firm's engagement letter wasn't signed until October 6th. So any improper contact with the complainant until that signature was somehow fair game. And tonight, we've heard a familiar group of apologists and conspiracists rise as they rose in defense of Councilmember Hayner's indefensible use of hateful slurs to peddle rumors and substitute their preferred political and factual judgments in place of an independent investigators. These are ethically unmoored rationalizations for unacceptable behavior. The voters, city staff, and above all else, the individual complainant were owed a fair and independent investigation. And we didn't get that here because of what these council members did. And it's a troubling continuation of years of staff mismanagement by a now 4-person political caucus. The same caucus who fired Howard Lazarus because they couldn't get along with him. The same caucus who voted to retain Tom Crawford despite the outcome of another recent independent investigation into his conduct. Anyone who claims to care about fairness and due process ought to be incredibly troubled by what's transpired here and what's been said thus far at public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is James Damore.
Mr. Damore, phone number ending in 411. Press *6 to unmute your phone.
Mayor Taylor and Ms. Boger, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Members of council, thank you. Thank you for your hard work to make sure Treetown meets our A20 carbon neutrality goals by 2030, making us once again an influential and visionary leader on environmental issues in our country. I see DC3 and DC4 as an important step. We need that leadership given the uncertainty of state and national action in this insane political environment right now. That being said, I do take pause to this given that on October 18th this year, you approved the Concord Pines site plan, and development agreement. Please explain this. 1, how can the positive impact of 800 mature trees in our ecosystem and our A20 efforts be replaced by mitigation? New saplings and small trees cannot be the answer as these take decades to rebuild. Too late in terms of the crisis now. 2, how can the negative impact of removing 800 mature trees be justified under the A20 plan and replacing them with auto-oriented, non-renewable energy, self-sufficient luxury housing as opposed to affordable housing? This is what you approved. It feels like this was a step backwards, rather than towards such important goals and community values as are expressed in the A20 program. I ask, are we truly ready for this new millage? I'm not sure we are. And yet we deem this development petition, quote, by right, unquote. 3, if an enhanced tree canopy is part of our A20 plan, how does chopping down 800 mature trees honor it? Tonight, you are going to pass C2 on first reading, an ordinance change that will remove many site plans under the planning process from council process. Concord Pines will be one of these, since it has been defined, falsely in my opinion, as a quote, by right, unquote, property. With climate change a central issue, and with your commitment to A20 goals, your approval of the Concord Pine development in October didn't make sense. Neither does agenda item C2 this evening. So, to review, instead of fast tracking the proposal for May, I recommend, as Councilmember Nelson suggested, having the Energy and Environmental Commission review ballot language in an expeditiously yet diligent manner and allow public input in the process before releasing it to the voters. I trust their ideas and suggestions. I also support policies that bring the public along in terms of climate change, which includes natural features protection. C2 does not do that. Folks, I know most of you talk a great game, but your actions speak louder than words in terms of your actual priorities and commitments and actions within the city.
30 seconds.
It is overdue time we act with integrity. I really wonder if that is possible. With that, I thank you for considering my remarks. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Greg Woodring.
Mr. Woodring, phone number ending in 228. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time. As stated, my name is Greg Woodring. I'm the president of Ann Arbor for Public Power, and I'm calling in to speak to the climate millage, as many others have today. Just for a little background, for those who don't know, Ann Arbor for Public Power is a local grassroots organization composed of many other local organizations that are fighting for a clean and publicly owned energy future. We are trying to help push towards the A20 goal of 100% renewable energy by 2030. And we believe that the only realistic way that we are going to achieve that goal is through the process of municipalization. Like many of the other callers tonight, we are very interested by this millage proposal, but we are hoping to see a few more details into exactly where those funds will be going and what the plan will be with them. The SEU report that the Office of Sustainability Initiatives put out recently provided a very exciting pathway towards helping to achieve some of those goals. Ann Arbor Public Power fully supports moving forward with the SEU, though we certainly hope that the city will do its due diligence to ensure that we are doing that the best way possible. And we hope that some of these funds can be used towards helping to move towards electrifying renewably in the city, as well as to increase energy efficiency. However, we simply are not going to be able to reach our 100% renewable energy goals with local generation alone.
The 820 plan knew this. That is why it called for the CCA plan. CCA would allow us to execute power purchase agreements without the need for purchasing DTE's assets. The unfortunate reality in Michigan is that CCA is illegal. And in talks with our state representatives, Yusuf Rabi and Jeff Irwin, they have told us that that is unlikely to change. We hope that the city will instead pursue municipalization as a means of executing those power purchase agreements to source renewable energy outside of the city. Municipalization also provides many great benefits to the residents of Ann Arbor by allowing us to directly improve the reliability of our energy system, something that has been a consistent plaguing problem in Ann Arbor, especially this year,
30
and will
seconds.
continue to become an issue as climate change progresses. Another great aspect of municipalization is that it does not need to be a large way on the budget. Instead, it actually contributes to the budget in almost every city that it's been done in. To find the exact details of how much money municipalization would give back to the city, we would need a comprehensive feasibility study, something we hope that you will approve after the Energy Commission approves such a resolution in the 4 Keats. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adam Goodman.
Mr. Goodman?
Hi, good evening. My name is Adam Goodman, and I'm a resident of the 5th Ward. And I'm also here tonight to speak about the proposed climate millage. To put it simply, there's no doubt that we're experiencing a climate emergency. And last year, City Council, in recognition of this, adopted the ambitious 820 plan. There's also no doubt that implementing that plan will require a significant financial commitment from our community. As some wise people often say, the truth about a city's aspirations isn't found in its vision, it's found in its budget. I do think this millage is needed, and I hope you all will support it. However, I also hope that this is not the end of the conversation on how we will fund our climate goals. I'll give you one example. As I'm sure you're aware, the restrictions in state laws and the Constitution mean there are really only 2 ways to increase our city's revenue from property taxes. We can increase the tax rate with a millage, and we can increase the tax base with new development. Now, the 820 plan itself calls for changes to our land use in the city to enable more people to live in close proximity to the places where they work, shop, and play, to live less car dependent, more energy efficient, and frankly, more joyful lives. If we make these zoning changes and allow for lots of new car light, energy efficient developments, then that will also add to the city's budget. Imagine that. We could raise money for our climate plan by implementing other parts of our climate plan. But if we're to do that, we're not proceeding with nearly the sense of urgency that's required. For example, ideas about transit corridor zoning have actually been called for in our comprehensive planning documents for like a decade, if not more. And we're only now, at long last, proceeding with the project to implement them in one small corner of the city. We need to work faster here because even after we make these changes, they will take many years to show their full impact. So really, even in a best case scenario, I'm pretty certain that the strategy I just described would not raise enough revenue soon enough to meet our climate goals. So we do need this millage, but it can't be the end of the conversation. We need to do everything we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there communications from council? Councilmember Dish.
Thank you. I just wanted to note 2 really great pieces of news. And one was that the CDP recognized Ann Arbor as one of 95 global cities named as a new generation of climate leaders. And on a related topic, this past Saturday, the Great Lakes Renewable Energy Association recognized Dr. Steltz for an exemplary project award, and that was for the SEU. And they when they gave her the award, they underscored the idea that we in Ann Arbor are doing things that can serve as models for other cities. And we are doing amazing and innovative and imaginative work. And I thought we should all have that piece of good news to start off the meeting.
Councilmember Briggs.
Thank you, Councilmember Dish, with starting with a positive note. I'm sorry to turn us the opposite direction. I wanted to start with a note of condolence to the Oxford community, to the families, the educators, the entire community there. This was a huge loss for their community, for our state. And just wanted to make sure that we acknowledge that here tonight, that our sympathies were with them. And at the local level, I also wanted to just note that recently we had a very impressive community leader who passed away, Linda Diane Felt, who was a strong pedestrian safety advocate. I worked with her with the Washtenaw Bicycling and Walking Coalition, served with her on the Transportation Commission, it is a big loss for our community that she is no longer here. And with that, I'd like to point council members' sort of attention to the staff report. Thank you, Mr. Fournier, for preparing that on winter sidewalk maintenance. And just note to council that Councilmember Grand and I met with staff last week and are coming up with a follow-up resolution on some steps that we might be able to take next. And I've been working with Councilmember Griswold as well on that.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. Just wanted to comment on a few things that are on our agenda that I don't plan to pull, but I think are exciting or noteworthy. Lauren London from Parks Advisory Commission did a fabulous job talking about E6 and the Gallup Park Bridge and that resolution that came from PAC. So I won't add on to that other than to thank her. Also related to parks is CA4 on our agenda, and that is renaming of Winchell Park to Dr. Harold Lockett Park. So I want to thank the committee that did so much work, staff, the neighbors for bringing this to our attention, and look forward to the official renaming of that park. There should be a ceremony sometime when it's warmer in the spring, but I think that's an excellent outcome and really lays the groundwork for how we think about naming all sorts of things in our city. I also want to thank elected officials from the county, staff from both the county and the city, different leaders of not-for-profit organizations that are serving the most vulnerable in our community for helping us come together with CA25, which is hopefully going to provide some much needed funding that will get us to the point where if we're going to change this model, that we can do so without interruption of key services. So thank you to staff and electeds. It was a really just fantastic example of collaborating both between the city and the county, which I look forward to doing more of. Those are my 3 items. Also just want to thank all of the teachers in our schools and parents. We know this has been a really challenging week for a lot of people, and just want to thank the schools for the message that they sent out to us today, for the work of our local law enforcement for partnering with the schools, and for all the teachers who work together to get our kids back to school today. Thanks.
Councilmember Griswold.
First, I want to thank everyone who sent well wishes on my daughter's wedding last week in the Lake Tahoe area. It was unfortunate that people from Michigan could not attend due to the pandemic. Then on a more serious note, I am planning to bring a resolution at the next council meeting to waive privilege and confidentiality of all of the communications regarding the Guajardo complaint and the city's responses, including communications with Ms. Salvatore. I think that Dan Adams' comments tonight underscore just how political this issue has become, political in a very inappropriate way. I can tell you that what happened in terms of tonight's agenda is not a surprise to me. I've been involved in local politics for 25 years since I started serving on the school board. However, we have an authoritative trend that is continuing, and we have people repeating misinformation with great authority, but it's misinformation. The result was based on I'm lost for words right here. Anyway, I spoke out against the first report by Ms. Salvatore. I recommended that she not be hired again due to her lack of detail. And we basically got the report that we paid for. Therefore, for transparency, we need to know exactly what communications occurred between her and other staff members that led up to this very biased and embarrassing report that I believe damages the environment for our community and especially for our staff in the city of Ann Arbor. Thank you.
Councilmember Saul.
I'd like to give an update on Afghan refugees who are continuing to be resettled in the area. I know folks were following that work on GFS. 32 families were settled in Ypsilanti, again, as an indication of the housing crisis that we have here. Those services are being met here in Ann Arbor. But as we see families come in and out throughout the county, I hope we all can continue to give folks a warm welcome for families who have escaped authoritarianism and have experienced authoritarianism firsthand. We'll be expecting hundreds more in the coming months. I also wanted to, echo Councilmember Grant's comments. I won't pull this from the agenda either, but the work behind making sure our social service agencies have continued funding has been ongoing for months. And I want to thank Greg Dill, Mr. Mahoney, county commissioners, and a number of conversations that we've had directly with agencies and understanding how funding for nonprofits works on a certain cycle. And at this time of year where donations are not even at pre-pandemic levels, I'm really glad to see that we can provide for essential services. That's it, really. So thanks for the good work.
Councilmember Omlawi.
I address my community and this organization with deep sadness and a heavy heart tonight. Over the last several months, there have been a series of meetings, events, and investigations that I have been responsible and judicious in my actions in my capacity as your council member from the 5th Ward. Unfortunately, this evening, I find myself under a dark, toxic political cloud formed not by my actions, but by the actions and the intent of others in this organization and at this table. Perhaps one can look back 15 months ago when a current sitting council member warned me that she would become a seek and destroy missile and deploy herself to those who stood in her way. On all absolute terms, I deny the unsubstantiated allegations reported last week by investigator Jennifer Salvatore in her flawed report of complaints made by our former HR director against our former interim city administrator. I did not compromise any privilege or confidential information from the October 4th closed session meeting, in which has been described as to why Mr. Guardo has left the city of Ann Arbor. What this is about authoritarian leadership. Leadership to eliminate oversight and political dissent. There currently is no safe space to speak. My integrity will not be defined by a corrupt and flawed investigation, nor will it be defined by this mayor and his majority. The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. The outcome of all of this is a deep chill factor to those in this organization, especially people of color. that their complaints about workplace discrimination and harassment will be judged in an ad hoc fashion and not treated equally. Also, that should
Councilmember,
extend
you're
to council
past your 2
members
minutes, Councilmember.
who are approached by those people of color.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm guessing that statement was going to be if somebody feels they're being treated in a poor way, in a way that isn't compliant with state law, in a way that is offensive to them personally or discriminatory in any way, that they shouldn't feel that they can't reach out to someone. And I know a lot of times what happens with residents is by the time they get a hold of an elected official, it's because they've exhausted all their other opportunities. Sometimes they've already been through the courts, they've already been through the system, they don't know where else to turn, so they turn to the city council. So it's our responsibility to answer those people and respond and do the best we can for them. And I'm reminded by a lot of the emails and comments that we've received over this week about all kinds of things we're here for a purpose as a council. And I'll remind everyone that we've been elected to cooperate as a council on what's best for our community. And we shouldn't be doing this from a place of fear or hate or ignorance. And Dr. Jackson's remarks were right on today, yet again. We need to look inside ourselves and become the change that we want to see in the world. It's just that simple. And so I encourage everyone to reflect on their behaviors as I reflect on my own behaviors. So, thank you.
Councilmember Adino.
Thanks. I wasn't planning on speaking, but after hearing a number of comments from the public and from members at this table kind of questioning and impugning the integrity of the independent investigator that the city hired, I just wanted to point out that there's a reason that we as a city have hired Attorney Salvatore in cases like this over the years. She has 24 years of legal experience working in employment and civil rights law. She is an AV rated lawyer, which is the highest Martindale-Hubbell peer review ranking for ethics and legal ability. And only about 10% of attorneys in the country hold that rating. So I think, unfortunately, while we've seen a continued trend where when we don't like the message we're hearing, we often turn and attack the messenger and try to discredit the messenger. In this particular case, I think Attorney Salvatore's reputation and her integrity stand for itself. And so I'm really disappointed to hear continued attacks on Attorney Salvatore. And that's all I really wanted to say. I think her reputation speaks for itself. Thank you.
Councilmember Iyer.
Thank you. I'm similarly troubled by a lot of what I've heard here. I'm hearing a council member disparage and really slander a member of the state bar, which is it continues in the trend that is incredibly troubling, that everything is being politicized here. The independent investigator has been hired and multiple times by the city, has done excellent work, has an impeccable reputation. And we're hearing allegations that the investigation was corrupt with no evidence whatsoever. It's Trumpian. It's flat out Trumpian. And it is so troubling to just carelessly, callously impugn someone's reputation like that. Further, the concerns about whether city employees should feel safe to come forward, especially our minority employees. The majority of council reacted to the Crawford investigation in a way that protected our minority employees who came forward. And it was Councilmember Ramlawi and others who chose to try to protect Tom Crawford, not the minority employees. In this case, the independent investigation found that there was no discrimination. The allegations were baseless. So I really hope that we can finally get to a place at some point where we stop politicizing city employees, stop viewing them as on our team or their team. Thank you. And let's just get back to the business of the people.
Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you. I will try to be brief. It is alarming to me that leaders in our very liberal, progressive community have so little respect for representative democracy, both what it means for each individual person sitting at this table and what it means for the people who elected each of us to sit at this table. DC2 is not serious. It is juvenile and treats our local government like something straight out of high school. All of us were elected to be here, and some of us take this job seriously. And some of us have memories longer than 6 months.
I'm sorry, point of order.
What has been offered,
we were just attacked by saying that we don't take our job seriously.
Councilmember Grant.
What has been offered as justification? What has been offered as justification for targeting me on this agenda was somehow a virtue just 6 months ago. 6 months ago, council members were eager to hear directly from any anonymous person who could claim to have heard anything awkward or strange from our former city administrator. Some at this table loudly proclaimed how important it was to make space for any kind of complaint, allow it to be heard, and believe the victims. This week, city staff get the message: your formal written complaint with documentation can be disposed of easily. And after we dispose of it, a member of our city administration will publicly refer to it as a complete fabrication. In 6 short months, we have shifted our posture from believing victims to calling them liars. I do not regret taking a whistleblower seriously and responding to a desperate request for help. I vehemently deny having said anything inappropriate in the context of a complaint that implicated our city attorney's office. I could say a lot about double standards and hypocrisy, but I believe it would mostly fall on deaf ears. Our community deserves better than this.
Further communication from council. I'll observe that there is a resolution to appoint Joshua Meisler, Cynthia Harrison, Nathaniel Graulich, and Randy Milgram to the Independent Community Police Oversight Commission, which I infer will be up for consideration at our next meeting. Is that correct, council members? With respect to my communications, I have the following nominations and appointments for your consideration: to the Board of Review, Catherine White and Ryan Dibble. To the Board of Review, 2, Alice Owings. To the Recreation Advisory Commission, Patty Smith, Nicholas Crow, and Kurt Slovboda. So vote. I also have the pleasure to report that I'm in continued conversations and discussions with Atlene Court with respect to her service as city attorney, and I look forward to further action on that towards the end of the month. We now have before us the consent agenda. May I have a motion, please, to approve the consent agenda? Moved by Councilmember Grant, seconded by Councilmember Griswold. Discussion of the consent agenda. Councilmember Umlaui.
Thank you. I'd like to pull CA3 and CA24.
Further discussion, Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. A comment that I just want to publicly express my concerns about the purchase of CA18 to CA20 about electric fleet garbage trucks. Those are very hardworking vehicles, and I think we maybe everybody received a correspondence from a resident today who pointed out what my own experience has been in working at a diesel engine manufacturer, that these things are expensive and difficult to operate and maintain, and hopefully we'll get our money out of them. And I'd also like to pull CA16 for further discussion, and CA15 is related to that, so I guess I'll pull that also. Thank you.
Further discussion, the consent agenda.
Mayor?
All in favor? Yes, Ms. Beaudry.
Was that 16 and 15 were the
Yeah,
last
sorry
two
about the
polls?
reverse order there.
Yes, 3, 24, 16, and 15. Further discussion of the consent agenda. All in favor of the consent agenda, please say aye. Opposed? The consent agenda is approved with the exception of CA3, CA24, CA16, CA15, which will be dealt with separately. The remaining items have been approved with 11 council members present, all voting in the affirmative, thus satisfying the 8-vote requirement with respect to CA1, CA2, CA13, CA18, CA19, CA25. CA3, resolution to approve a participation agreement with Washtenaw County Parks and Recreation Commission and appropriate $1,071,750 for the purchase of fee title to the Maisel property. Moved by Councilmember Romali, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion, please, of CA3, Councilmember Romali.
Thank you. I was interested in knowing if staff was present to give us how this scored and what percentile did this property score in. I don't know if I missed it somewhere. I apologize. I didn't get it in with my questions. I'm just concerned as to this purchase being in Northfield Township, where Northfield Township does not contribute to the acquisition costs. Our percentage on this is 75%, rather high, and with nothing coming from Northfield Township once again. I'm not moved to spend this money this way without that kind of contribution coming from that community and with the percentage as high as this one, but I don't know all the facts. If I can just get what percentile this fell under to help perhaps persuade me.
Mayor, Mr. Long is here. Oh, good.
Thank you. Mr. Long?
Thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. So apologies for not submitting the scoring memo as supplemental documentation to this project. This property received a score of 131 points out of 172, placing it in the 100th percentile of all open space applications we've received. It's our top scoring application on record. That would be due to its size, adjacency to protected land, connectivity, habitat quality, and then the public recreation opportunity it offers.
Thanks, Remy, for being here and helping explain that. Just while we have you here, is there any discussion in Northfield Township? I know there has been in the past about having a greenbelt millage of their own, so they can partner up with us and others on these. Is there anything coming to the voters in that community this year? Does anyone know about that, or next year, that is?
I've been in talks with the chair of their Township Land Preservation Committee, which is mobilizing an effort to persuade the Board of Trustees to put it on the ballot soon. And that information is being provided for them on conservation benefits and what the Greenbelt and county programs have accomplished, as well as the other townships that do have dedicated millage funds. So we are working with them to support that effort and make sure that we can get additional matching funds in the Greenbelt district.
Thank you.
Councilmember Grant.
Hi, I just didn't get a chance to do this during council communications, but I did want to point out that a lot of our properties that are coming forward from the Greenbelt now are being scored and showing their carbon storage as well. So as we look to properties sometimes within the city or hearing about loss of trees, if we look for the investment that we're making in terms of our A20 goals and sustainability goals, this is a 220 acre site that's of incredibly high quality. If I missed something, I'm sure Mr. Long can fill that in for me, but we do know that this is unusual in terms of that we are being asked to pay a higher percentage than we usually do, but the commission felt that, being in the 100th percentile, that it was worthy of our investment. And I think it's helpful to look at properties like this when we talk about carbon storage within the city as well, because we can see that for our dollars, we're actually getting a much greater return on that investment.
Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It's approved with 11 council members present, all voting the affirmative, thus satisfying the requirement with respect to CA3. Mr. Long, thank you. CA24, resolution to approve a collective bargaining agreement between the City of Ann Arbor and the Ann Arbor Police Professional Assistants effective January 1, 2022 through December 31, 2024. Moved by Councilmember Rumlowy, seconded by Councilmember Radina. Discussion, please, of CA24. Councilmember Rumlowy.
Thank you, and thanks to our public speaker, Dr. Karpiak, for pointing out once again the omission of ICPOC when it comes to these type of negotiations. Unfortunately, I had missed that last meeting on the Budget and Labor Committee, and it looks like I will no longer be able to serve my community in that capacity. That's a very unfortunate decision, and one I think is a bad one. Being on ICPOC and being a small business owner, I felt like I added a lot to those conversations, but that's not why I'm pulling this. I'm pulling this because my experience on that Budget and Labor Committee gave me the impression that we had very little input, even as council members, when it came to negotiating these contracts. The process with these contracts, who's involved and who gets to decide, is several steps removed from ICPOC and from council members, to be honest with you. And I've seen this time and time again, and it has not changed from the first time I seen it till this time. And until we can get the right process involved, I'm no longer going to support these type of contracts. It's not what we laid out to do when we established ICPOC, and it will not bring us the community policing that we deserve and the reforms that we need. It's the same old with marginal improvements, with nothing drastic being done. And until I see everybody at the table participating in these things in an equal and fair way, I'm not going to support them.
Councilmember Song.
I'm also on ICPOC. Since we have Attorney Radaba here and Attorney Postema here, can you walk us through the process with contract negotiations? And also, does this align with what we had approved when it came to budgeting earlier when we passed the budget?
I'm going to kick that one to you since you handled the budget part of this.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Do you want to answer the question? I'll just answer the whole thing. So this contract is pretty much right on line with our budget. It's over the course of 3 years. It exceeds our total budget figure by I think it was $124 or $174. So it's only marginally above the budgeted amount for the contract. In terms of process, was your question specifically about how these contracts are handled with ICPOC or how they're handled with budget and labor?
Both. So that, I think there might be some confusion on the timing on when there might be community engagement or community input when it comes to labor negotiations with the city.
Sure. So I'll just generally speaking with our collective bargaining agreements, we have 9 of them. for the benefit of the public. 5 of them are in the police department. When we begin negotiating a contract, we will convene a meeting of the Budget and Labor Committee and discuss various provisions of the contract with the city council members in closed session and begin to strategize what our bargaining strategy might look like and what particular issues we should prioritize. We take feedback from the council members on what that prioritization should be and whether issues identified by staff should be prioritized, and council members also raise issues on their own at that point. From that point, the bargaining process really relies on a chief negotiator representing the city in negotiations, and that chief negotiator has to be empowered to make a deal at the table with the union. And so otherwise you could run into a situation where the city is, not negotiating in good faith, and the person who can make a deal isn't actually at the table, and various other issues. And so generally speaking, the Human Resources Director has served as the chief negotiator on collective bargaining agreements. There have been brief periods in time where we've deviated from that, but usually it's the Human Resources Director. As long as the bargaining proceeds along the lines that were originally outlined by City Council in the closed session, we will reach a tentative agreement, bring that tentative agreement back to the Budget and Labor Committee and discuss it. And the Budget and Labor Committee, from there, it goes from the Budget and Labor Committee up to City Council. Now, the process is a little different when it comes to police contracts. With police contracts, we essentially engage the same process, but we meet with a subcommittee of ICPOC and have a similar discussion with them. That process started when we negotiated our patrol officers contract in 2020, and we did the same thing with our command officers contract. Now, it has been pointed out tonight that this contract did not go before ICPOC for review. And the reason why is because like I said, there are 5 contracts in the police department. There's the deputy chiefs who are represented by Teamsters, the patrol officers, and the command officers who are represented by the Police Officers Association of Michigan. Those 3 unions contain sworn police officers. The 2 other unions are our PSS and PPA unions. They're also represented by POAM, but neither of them represent any sworn police officers. These are administrative support personnel for the police department. So in terms of the PPA contract, these are administrative support who work in like the records office or who are providing administrative support for the detectives and the detectives bureau and things like that. And so the other union, PSS, provides similar service to other units in the police department. When we negotiated the PSS contract in 2020, almost exactly a year ago, we approached ICPOC and asked for their input on the contract. And they told us they weren't interested in providing input on either the PSS or PPA unions. And so we did not get input from ICPOC on the PSS contract, even though we sought it. And based on the input we got from them, we did not seek it for the PPA contract. Now, if they have changed their mind, that's fine. I'm more than happy to bring these contracts forward to ICPOC and have their feedback. It is really not an issue. There is no opposition from staff, and we're happy to do it. There really is no issue with that. We're just going on the request that we received from the committee. And I will note that the concessions that we got from PPA in this contract are identical in every way to the concessions that were adopted by council in the PSS contract that was passed last year similarly in a council meeting in December. And so we will, the same process that we undertake with the Budget and Labor Committee, we also undertake with ICPOC for police contracts. And then once we get through that process, it comes up to the full council for consideration.
Thank you.
We do have council member. Oh, no.
I'm afraid.
Raised my hand again.
The answer went so long, council member, that actually kind of lopped into your second amount as well, if that's all right.
Sorry.
I'll raise it again.
If Councilmember Song.
So if I understand the process correctly, then there's a subcommittee that does review our police contracts, that volunteers review contracts, and that this particular union, because it's administrative support, is not on their priority.
Yes, that's what they've communicated to us in the past. Yes.
Great, thank you.
Further discussion? For my part, I guess I'll just say that I'm, as someone who's been on the Budget Labor Committee for a fair bit now, I'd like to express my appreciation to the work that that staff does. I feel like I in the course of those meetings, I myself personally and have seen staff engagement with council members and have seen staff receiving council members' input when it was consistent with staff's inclination and inconsistent with staff's inclination. And the result in both those cases was the same. Staff went away and strove to do what council asked it. So thank you. Further discussion? On roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Dish.
Councilmember Dish?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Song?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Radina?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
No.
Councilmember Briggs?
Yes.
Councilmember Mlawi?
No.
Motion carries. Oh, Councilmember Hayner, I'm sorry. Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Motion carries.
CA 16, resolution to approve an agreement between the City of Ann Arbor and the Downtown Development Authority of the City of Ann Arbor regarding responsibilities and cost allocation for the installation of 80 electric vehicle chargers in public spaces and to authorize city share in the amount of $367,200. Moved by Councilmember Hayner, seconded by Councilmember Radina. Discussion, please. CA 16, Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. I asked to have this off the agenda so I could ask a couple quick questions, and reading through it a second time and putting together some notes from some folks in the community that are pretty hip to this kind of thing. It says that the resolution at its base says 327,000, but when you actually read the agreement, it says that we're in for 367,000. Beg your pardon. It says that we're in for 367,000 once, and then we're also in for 263,000, and then we're in for 5 years of 73,000, and for all that we get back 20% of the total parking revenue each year for 5 years. And so I wasn't sure which one it was.
Yeah.
You know, if somebody could answer that, I would appreciate it, because it didn't seem to add up properly.
Dr. Stoltz?
Yeah, thank you for the
Exhibit B is
question,
what I'm
Councilmember
referring
Hayner.
to.
I'm sorry, I missed that last part.
Exhibit B, and
Yep.
I think in asking this question, I'll mention the reason I pulled CA 15 is because your office was tagged on this Harper on-call service for some 500,000. I wondered if that was in anticipation of this.
That's right.
So.
Yep. So the 263,000 would be for the contract for Harper. The additional increase, that's for the 80 chargers and the circuit work that we would have to do to get those ready, as well as the charging for the electric refuse trucks that made their way through council tonight. And then the 367,200 is the grant for the 5-year charging as a service contract. So both of those are expenses we would incur.
So the city is paying 263 plus 367.
Correct.
And the development authority is paying up to maybe they're paying 25 grand.
Well, they're paying definitely the 25 grand, and then they'll pay for the electrical costs. And then that's what will get somewhat reimbursed through the process itself.
It's just energy. This is just grid energy we're talking about here.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, then you can see why I pulled it, because the title of it says that it's only for 367, but it's for over 500. And then what's the 5 years at 73,000? How is it that it also discusses, sorry, I got a lot of windows open here. It also discusses the, it says that we're going to be paying 70 some thousand a year for 5 years for the, I'm not exactly sure what that was
The
for.
charging as a service, that's the 367. That's how you get to that number.
Okay, so it's 367 plus 263.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 73 per year. We just broke it down in that contract. So we rolled it up for a 5-year contract.
Okay, so we're paying 100 some thousand a year for 5 years. And then at the end of that, do we own this infrastructure?
We have the option to own it, to buy it outright directly. If
And what
there's
is
any
that going to cost us?
to be determined based on how the asset's kind of operating. We'll do an asset assessment to see what it's actually worth at that point.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, I'm wondering why we aren't just having a third party provide the chargers and have community members pay, and why we're getting involved in this. And my experience is that the life of the asset is not that long. I was in Lansing recently with my electric vehicle, and there were no chargers operational in the Lansing parking structures because they were replacing all of them. So I assume you did a cost analysis to determine why we're not using one of the popular third parties. And
and Councilmember Griswold, on a side note, we should commiserate because I got stranded in Lansing when I couldn't charge for a meeting. So, yeah, share that. This actually is a third party. So it's a charging as a service contract where the third party would be responsible for maintaining, operating, installing the equipment. We just have to do the electrical work, hence what's on the contractor side. So we're paying for them as a third party to own the assets and maintain them. So that is the route that we took.
Okay, and we're charging people for the electricity that are parked when they're parked.
That's right.
There.
What they use, they pay for.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to make that very clear to the public that we're not subsidizing, that people are paying for their electricity. Okay. Thank you.
Further discussion? Councilmember Hayner.
I mean, we are kind of subsidizing in a way in that we're leasing 80 chargers for $100,000 a year for 5 years, and then we got to buy out our lease at the end, and we don't know what that's going to cost yet. And so that's a big open-ended thing where, I mean, I assume that these will be installed in a way by Harper or whoever the contractor is that will be sort of a slip fit where if we go to a different type of charger in the near future, that it will be a relatively easy switch of the unit itself. I mean, I assume this is all put in the backbone that currently doesn't exist to these spaces. And so it just seems like, I know this is the right way we're headed for this kind of thing, but I think you mentioned at a previous meeting that we find many of these spots to be filled. I know that's been my experience in the Maynard structure, that they're all filled all the time I walk by there. And so there's been, I would assume then there's been a big public outcry for more spaces in our parking garages.
We definitely have demand, and I know Maura's with us. Is there anything you want to add from kind of DDA perspective?
Before you answer, my last question is, what portion, I mean, are we going to get any of this back from use fees whatsoever? Or is this sort of just moving forward with our climate action plan?
I'm going to take the last one and then I'll kick it over to you, Maura.
Okay,
so two things that are probably buried in there, or we'll get some of it back because there will be a fee that we get from ChargePoint. And so that'll come back in some of the uses, the use fees that we pay, the 20% kind of from DDA. The other side though is there are rebates available, and we are working right now on rebates. And so if we secure these rebates from the Charging Forward program, all that money is coming back to us to recoup the costs of what we're putting into these assets. We just don't have that before you right now because we haven't got those rebates. So we're applying for them, and I expect that if we're successful, we'll come back and appropriate that funding as well. Maura, do you want to take it?
Sure. Yeah, so we currently have 30 Clipper Creek EV units within our parking system, which pre-pandemic were always used. and at capacity. And the difference here too is right now we don't charge for electricity, as Councilmember Griswold knows. So we have no way of incentivizing people to charge up and then move on to a different space. So this new model, this charge as a service model, allows us the ability to structure the fee so that people are incentivized to move. So our anticipation with the increase in electric vehicles and the ease of finding spaces, we will price it such that people will charge, and then they'll be incentivized to move to a different spot or move on with their day. But yeah, we've definitely seen an increase in demand, pre-pandemic, of course.
Councilmember Amladi.
Thank you, and thank you, Dr. Stoltz and more, for being here to answer questions and enlighten us. You said that we have 30 that are existing in the system. Will these 80 replace those 30 to net 80 total? I'm just wondering how many we will have at the end of this installation and whether these are going to replace all the current ones that are out there.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mark.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so the 30 Clipper Creeks, which are about 10 years old and, getting on the antiquated side, those will be replaced. So we'll have a consistent system, EV system, within all of our facilities. And then the Office of Sustainability may be reusing those Clipper Creeks in other locations. So we're going to make the most of them.
Yeah, we're looking at using them at affordable housing sites with our colleagues there to do some charging infrastructure with car share programs. And we're looking at other community sites that have a need for charging, but don't have the ability to purchase those chargers. So we're going to repurpose the existing to kind of take them as far as we can.
Well, I like that thought, and it just lends me to like, why don't we buy these outright? I know it's expensive, but I hate leasing things. I just feel like it's a rental more than anything. Is it just cost prohibitive at this point to actually outright purchase these type of chargers?
Go ahead, Maura.
Yeah, I'll just jump in on this. Our parking services manager, Jada Hallbrook, had done extensive research on different ownership models when the DDA actually had parking funds when we were going to invest in EVs pre-pandemic. And this charging as a service model, because they take care of all of the maintenance, they take care of the credit card processing, they have 24-hour customer service. It's really a model that when we looked at it made the most sense for our system. And I think systems around the country are finding that. So this charging as a service model is less labor intensive on our side than outright ownership.
And will we be generating on-site electricity at all at any of these structures? I know there was talk in the Catherine and Ann structure to add some solar. Will we be having any on-site generation?
I can say at some point, I would hope so. I mean, at this point in time, we're not, investing in any additional equipment at the moment, given our revenue situation. But, I would hope we'll be working with the Office of Sustainability on that in the future.
Absolutely on the table for consideration.
Thank you.
Further discussion? For my part, I'd just like to say thank you. This is this will be an exciting support for our city's goals of encouraging EV infrastructure. This is pretty cool stuff. So thank you both, and the folks standing behind you. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. CA16, resolution to approve agreement between the City of Ann Arbor and the, it's a resolution so nice we should do it twice. CA15, resolution approving amendment number 3 to the professional services agreement with Arbor Electric, Inc. for on-call city electrical services not to exceed $525,000. Moved by Councilmember Hayner, seconded by Councilmember Rodino. Discussion, please, of CA15. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. So I obviously this is tied to 16 because the extension of this contract is necessary if 16 passed, which it did, to potentially use them for these new ones, if I understand this correctly. And so I guess what I don't understand is it had to be separated out from the other one. When when expenses are divided up like this, it's just, I want to make sure everything's in order is why I pulled this out. So when we had them do the city hall charges, there was about 32,000 a piece or something for those, for the 4 of them. And so is that why it's a good deal considered to have this charge point do lease them to us for $12.50 a year each instead of buying them outright over that 5 years? Because if we, like the ones we bought at City Hall were 32,000 each installed, is that correct? Or was that just the installation cost?
That was the installation cost. It was 170,000 because of the fast chargers. So these are level 2 chargers. They're not, I mean, we still have to do the electrical upgrades on site. That's part of the charging as a service. You sort of have to get the site ready. And that's what Harper will be doing, is getting the circuits in place. And they've been on site and looked at each of the locations. And so that's how we generated the figure with them.
And so they're pulling the conduit, they're running the wires.
You know it. That's right. And also the EV refuse trucks are in here too. I don't want to lose that.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, I mean, I don't have a complaint about this. That's what these folks are getting paid. And I guess it just points out that this transition to this type of infrastructure is very expensive. And and that's why I have been adamant in the past about say trying to get our housing commission projects to include these types of things, trying to get our developers to include these types of things in their developments, because retrofitting is expensive. And we're seeing that right here. So I thank you for answering this and putting this together. And yeah, we need to do the things that we can do as a body to preempt these retrofitting costs. And we need to push this back on the folks who are building these buildings so that they can do it at the fraction of the cost that it costs us later. It's disappointing that we haven't come up with that yet. Thank you.
Councilmember O'Malley.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to say thank you for bringing this all to us. I remember first joining council and we were asking these questions. Refuge trucks, electric. We talked to AAATA about getting those electric, and we know it's going to be expensive, and we're willing to pay that premium to be leaders and to lead by example. And these are community values that we have. And this is not, we're not shopping around for the lowest price when it comes to this. We're doing what's responsible, and sometimes what's responsible isn't the cheapest application. So I'm just so thrilled to see this coming within my first term here to reality. So kudos to the work and doing what we asked and doing it fast. So and knowing again that it's not going to be cheap doing this, as Councilmember Hayner said. And I guess we'll be talking about that more later tonight with a couple other resolutions. So thank you.
Councilmember Briggs.
Yes, just real briefly to Councilmember Hayner's concern on EV charging. I did want to remind council that we did approve this past year changes to our parking code so that we do have EV charging that is required and a variety of different levels, because there was concern both from Energy Commission and Planning Commission that about this issue of retrofitting. So we are trying to be very proactively be thinking about it with projects moving forward.
Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. Thank you both. We now have we now come to one of our public hearings. Public hearings are an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about a specific item on the agenda. That is to say, the specific subject matter of that public hearing. To speak at a public hearing, you need not have signed up in advance, but your speech must relate to the specific subject matter of the public hearing. To speak at a public hearing, please enter the number on your screen. That is 877-853-5247. 877-853-5247. Once you're connected, please enter meeting ID 942-1273-2148. 942-1273-2148. Once you are connected, please enter *9 to indicate that you wish to speak. When it is your turn to speak, our clerk will identify you by the last 3 digits of your telephone number. You will have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the time. Our clerk will notify you when 30 seconds are remaining and when your time has expired. When your time has expired, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. Public hearing number 1, resolution to approve 106 North 4th Avenue site plan at 106 North 4th Avenue. Is there anyone who'd like to speak at this public hearing?
I don't see any callers with their hands up.
Thank you. Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. We have before us the minutes of the work session of November 8 and the regular session meeting minutes of November 15, both 2021. May I have a motion please to approve these minutes? Moved by Councilmember Lowy, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion please of A1. All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. C1, an ordinance to amend sections 225, 226, and 238 of Chapter 27, Water Service of Title 2 of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor. May I have a motion, please? Moved by Councilmember Dish, seconded by Councilmember Redina. Discussion, please, of C1. All in favor? I'm sorry, Councilmember Nelson. Councilmember Nelson, were you trying to?
Yeah, I was actually. In one of my questions to the agenda, I asked the question about how many people were not yet in this program or were eligible for an opt-out, and the answer was 30. And I guess I was curious to know, is 30 properties are prompting this ordinance, or are we anticipating that as meters break, there might be further resistance to installing them? I was just curious.
We don't know how many we might get. We just know that we have 30 right now, and we've had some people express interest, and we realized we didn't have the ability to offer this.
Yeah, I would jump in and say it's about giving our customers options.
Okay. Thanks.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. As we are a municipal utility on this matter, water, are there any mandates or laws from above or sideways or whoever is in charge of our municipal utility that we have to provide opt-outs? Is this something that we just have overlooked, or it's just so we're doing it to make it center on our cost structure that is necessary if we have to send somebody to read this meter? Okay,
that's correct.
So there's no mandate for providing an opt-out.
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you. What will the cost be to the customer to opt out in this program? I know it says not to exceed $50 a month. Do we happen to know what it would cost a typical customer to opt out?
So the $50 a month is not the opt-out fee. The opt-out fee is a different attachment and will be considered that's part of the fee amendment that's coming on December 20th, which will follow the second, or be as part of the second reading.
Okay. And you said there's 30 customers currently. I thought that program would be coming to its conclusion. I know COVID has delayed things. Are we near completion on changing out all the meters, or where are we at in that process? It's just, for me, it would have been nice knowing this. I know things change, but early on, we did get a lot of emails from people who were concerned with contractors coming into their home, and I didn't have a good answer for them. And now it seems like there's an alternative. So I suppose back to the question is, where are we at in that program of replacing all the water meters?
So the 30 customers that we talk about in this particular resolution, or in the question that Councilmember Nelson had, are residents, customers who have refused us access that still have old meters. So we're not entirely sure why they've refused access. Some of them, though, are, maybe don't want to have us come in and change the wireless transmitter. This opt-out option will allow them not to have the wireless transmitter in their home. And so that's slightly different than the meter replacement project. All of the meters have to be replaced, whether in the home or they choose to put it outside of the home. And we are about 80% complete on that project. we're stopping for the winter and we're going to resume in the spring. Our contractor is going to remobilize in the spring.
Thanks, Molly. Yeah, I think many people are concerned about, 5G, and I'm not even sure if that technology is employed with this. But, the radiation emissions and the frequencies, people typically are the ones that are concerned about that as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yeah, I'm happy to hear that you're giving options. And I attended a hearing in Lansing where they were talking about electromagnetic sensitivity. Most of the speakers were licensed physicians. And so I view it sort of like a peanut allergy. Most people are not impacted by peanuts and they're just fine, but there are some that may be. And so I hope that we do this in an understanding way and that we're not punitive in any way that could open the city up to a lawsuit.
No, we calculated the cost based on the cost it would that we're going to incur to provide the service.
Oh, okay, great.
Further discussion? All in favor? I'm sorry, my apologies. Councilmember Song.
Concerns around 5G, would County Department of Health let us know, or would staff let us know? We would be alerted probably, right?
I don't think we heard your question clearly.
If there are public health concerns around 5G, will be alerted by maybe county health or staff, correct?
I think I mean, we don't know of any other than individual concerns right now over this.
Yeah.
We can also bring back to you how frequently the meters broadcast out. These are not continuous broadcasts like you would see on a cell phone necessarily.
Great, thank you, that's all.
Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. C2, an ordinance to amend sections 5.22.3, stormwater and soil erosion, 5.29.6, site plans of Title 55, Unified Development Code of Title 5 of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor, moved by Councilmember Dish, seconded by Councilmember Radina. Discussion, please, of C2. Councilmember Hayner.
It's first reading, so I just have a few comments. I'll ask some more questions in writing this next week. I think that just speaking to the second part of this, which is the notification of council and the creation of this table that streamlines the approval processes. I think there's some things missing from this that we could do to further streamline and reduce cost and around site plan review. I've been speaking with some staff folks about it over the last year. When site plan reviews are triggered, it triggers zoning review, or brought it triggers zoning reviews and other things that can, further, you can have appeals, you can have all kinds of approvals that are contingent on the geometry of your property. And I'm not certain what the purpose of excluding council from these approvals is. Like, what is the real benefit to our community other than these developments can happen a little bit faster? I think a lot comes from speaking to council. I think a lot, if we're asking the right questions to developers, especially for larger parcels, I think we can learn a lot. We can find out if our policies are helping or hurting the community. There's all kinds of things we can learn and hopefully have a better partnership with these developers. So it's just not like taking the lid off development and letting it fly, because that's no way to plan a community for the future. And we have no way of proofing our policies unless the stuff comes back to us. I mean, currently we don't even, we talk about a lot of metrics and tracking, and we really don't. I mean, I still have been unable in my 3 years on council to get an answer of the total amount of bedrooms that we've added in our community. Now, if that isn't readily available to us, for our planning purposes, I think that's a problem. And I think that waiving our privilege to review these developments prior to firming up what our zoning ordinances are going to be is putting it backwards, to say it mildly. And so I don't necessarily approve these changes. I have concerns, and I will also share my a lot of residents' concerns that without the benefit of a plan review process, a public plan review process, that it's a bad idea to waive our privilege on this.
Councilmember Dish.
Thank you. So as we know, delays are costly, and we want to see more affordable housing in this town. And the more cumbersome our project approval process is, the more expensive these projects are going to be. Now, if it's cumbersome because it's bringing improvements and oversight, that would be one thing. But when a developer brings a proposal that is consistent with the zoning of the site and that meets all of the technical requirements that the city imposes for development on that site, approval of that project is an administrative decision. It is a best practice, according to the Michigan Planning Association, that administrative decisions be made by administrative entities like the Planning Commission and planning staff, not by the council, because it does. I think I will repeat some fine language that one of our callers offered. It does sow confusion when people believe that council has discretion and it doesn't. In addition, since 2010, January 1st, 2010, 177 projects have come before council. About half of those would not have if we weren't having so-called by right projects come to council. And something else we should all be aware of is that since 2016, which is the past 5 years, not the past decade, the Planning Commission and the City Council have come to the same conclusion on site plans 72 times. That's 92% of the projects that came before council in those 5 years. So it is redundant what we are doing. There were 6 times where council came to different conclusions, and in 2 of those 6 times, that ended us up in court. So that's my first volley.
Councilmember Medina.
Thanks. I'll just add to what Councilmember Dish was saying. In reviewing for this, I looked to our neighbors up in East Lansing at the MSU Extension, who do a lot of work on this as well. And one of the things that they highlight is there are three possibilities for governments to approve these by right zoning reviews, and Planning Commission is by far the most common throughout the state of Michigan. Zoning administrators or planning departments approving them themselves is the second most common, and the least common, the most rare, is for legislative bodies to do this review themselves. And the reason for that is really important, and they highlight this extensively. It is because if all standards and requirements are met, approval must be given for a by right development. And the reason for that is because if a decision is challenged in court, the court will focus only on ordinance standards and nothing else. So any of the extraneous things that we hear that do not meet or that do not fall under our actual ordinance would simply, we would lose that case in court. And so I agree that adding this idea that we somehow have review and we don't is dangerous. And I also just want to highlight that some of this is also bringing us directly in line with policies that are being encouraged by the Biden White House and were previously encouraged by the Obama White House to help reduce red tape in some local zoning laws, so that we can increase housing supply, improve our affordable housing policy, and really just make ourselves more efficient in developing policies that will allow for more housing to be built in our community. So I know that this is first reading. We'll have more to say and hear public comment next meeting, but I do think these are really important changes and appreciate staff bringing them forward.
Councilmember Grand.
Thank you. I want to thank staff. I know that some of us have been asking for this for a really long time, and thank Planning Commission for their work and going through the proper process for getting us here. You know, a couple of things to add on to this. I'm going to push even harder and, you know, say that it really, not having this policy puts council members in the position where I think they're often being dishonest with their constituents and thinking that we can do something. And I think it does sow a lot of distrust in the community for that reason. I also think that the policy that we have right now sucks up a lot of time from our planning staff in going through this next step and delays. And we want, if the goal is to have our ordinances to be better so that when by right development comes to the Planning Commission, it's in line with our values, freeing up all of this time so that planning staff can work on improving those ordinances and zoning is really where we want to be focusing their time and our time. So I think it's not only moves us to a more honest place with our constituents, but also enable staff to utilize their talents for the betterment of our city. And I'm just so excited that this is finally here.
Councilmember Briggs.
Thanks. I don't want to repeat too much. I do want to say to Councilmember Hayner's concern, I think I share the idea that a public hearing is helpful to be able to hear from the public in terms of identifying changes that we might want to see in our code moving forward, and the preservation of a public hearing at Planning Commission level allows for that to be done and to be heard at the appropriate level to start moving code forward as recommendations to council. So I'm glad to see the Planning Commission recommended that. That was not necessary. These could all be administrative decisions. I know that we heard from a caller around, I didn't get to write them all down, but former Councilmember Bannister mentioned concerns around projects like Lockwood on Jackson, Valhalla, I think she said, and the Lower Town project, not those types of projects not coming to us. I just wanted to point out that each one of those, if they were to come forward in the future, would come to council because each of them, one of them was rezoning or a PUD. And so those are the types of projects that council should be talking about, and it is very important that those do come to council. And then if there's opportunity still, I thought it might be useful for if Mr. Leonard wanted to speak. We've focused really on one component of this. If you wanted to speak at all to some of the changes that are going to facilitate, moving small and medium-sized projects forward more, I'd love to have you articulate that rather than myself.
Sure. So the charges were from the council resolution was to look at easing the process for some projects. On average, a site plan that goes to city council takes about often 60 to 90 days more than after planning commission. So, and time is valuable to development. So even for projects of all scale, that could have a benefit. Additionally, we have increased some categories of very small projects that would either be exempt now from site plan altogether, small additions, for example, under 300 square feet. And we have made modifications in the proposed standards for that eliminate a previous standard that would be dependent on, the level of review might be dependent on whether or not a previous site plan was on file or not. That ethic now is to be reliant upon our current standards as the way that we measure and evaluate development as successful in our community. So those are some of the ways in which that goal would be achieved. The other piece of it was to more effectively communicate the standards. You'll see it's a pretty significant change in sort of the format. That is, it goes to a table format. That was something that the Planning Commission seemed to embrace relatively quickly. hopefully this particular approach provides sort of a couple entry points. That is, you can either look at your type of use proposed or the type of work being done to use, and you can get to that answer in either regard. So happy to address any of them.
Councilmember Hayter.
Thanks. I'd just like to point out for the record that, you know, the language that we use at this table is, you know, it's important and it's noted by the residents. And I think suggesting that council members are being dishonest is a poor approach to collective governance here. The stormwater management aspect of this hasn't been talked about much because the big elephant in the room is removing approval for projects, because we know that there seems to be grave concerns over the amount of profit that developers make in our community. And I don't share those concerns because I don't think it's really reflected. I think that housing is priced as what the market will bear. And I mean, I just know that for a fact. It's just being realistic. And so, you know, if somebody isn't profiting for another 60 days because it needs, their site plan needs proper scrutiny, yeah, it's a shame, really. So this is going to pass to the second reading. We're going to have all kinds of questions about it. I feel strongly that we're doing this backwards. I'll say it again, that there's a lot of things in motion here. We haven't done a comprehensive land use review. We're getting ready to approve almost 70 parcels rezoning, which will make them by right and completely, if this is passed, completely aside from any consideration of that. And I don't think what we're asking is enough in our zoning. I think we've made mistakes in not creating baselines that are in line with our other community goals like A20. And so I'm just not going to be comfortable with passing up on this. You know, I have a constituent that has contacted me, and they have grave concerns about 212 Miller. They just spent $900,000 on a condo, and they're about to have their beautiful sunset view blocked by another 5-story condo. It's going to be 15 foot from the guy's balcony. And is that by right? Should I have any say about that at all? What should I say to this constituent? What can he do about it? Well, if this didn't even come to us, I wouldn't even have an opportunity to comment on it. And so we're not,
council member.
We could speed up the council approval time without doing away with our ability to approve.
Councilmember Amlawi.
Thank you, and I appreciate staff coming back with this. I know we did ask for this, and it falls in line with that request to help streamline the process and reduce the financial burden placed on people who want to add a small addition or improve their property in ways that are incremental, but yet are burdened with this site plan approval process. I, for one, don't have a problem listening to these proceedings. I learn a lot from those. I think there's a back and forth that goes on, as has been mentioned, that we learn where the fallacies are in our policies. And so we go back and sharpen our pencil, and we don't learn that without these conversations. So to completely eliminate them, I think we lose out on learning where we can be better. Site plan approvals, they generally take 13 seconds at this table for the most part, unless it's you know, a rezoning. I think most of us don't get hung up on them. You know, so I appreciate that, but I understand it comes at a significant cost, and it's probably not worth putting people through for some of these smaller projects. I will say though, I did take note, I wrote it down, the word dishonesty to your constituents. That's I think a poor choice of words. I think we're advocates for our constituents in our wards. Most things do not require unanimous votes. If a member or two from a specific ward objects to something in that ward for those constituents, it still passes. You can still advocate for your constituents and your concerns that they have. You know, we have a safety and welfare issue with all our site plans, as the case that we approved the development on Earhart, where I felt like the welfare and safety and safety for the community was in jeopardy. We are under an existential climate crisis, and so things like that I think need to be brought up, and that's why I voted against that particular project. And I know that this doesn't affect that type of vote, but again, it's good to have conversations. We all walk away learning something new.
Councilmember Song.
I'm looking at the dashboard that Teresa Giletti at OECD had sent us back in March, which tells us interesting things like we have 4,341 affordable housing units in the county, new units of 133 since 2015, lost units of 991 since 2015, and we have 221 planned units in development or in construction online within the next 3 years. So my question for staff is is there any way that can we actually also break down the timeline on these approved units, and then also as kind of like a layer? I know there's a way to search for areas where we've learned that Pittsfield Township, for example, has been very aggressive in building affordable housing on their public parcels. But can we also connect that with how long it takes from approval from beginning to end as a layer? And then also, if I can also ask if there's a way to separate out by zoning too.
We could look at the data, as I mentioned before. On average, you're adding 60 days at best, on average probably closer to 90 days when a site plan proceeds from Planning Commission to City Council. But I can perhaps in advance of second reading, I can provide some other detail about the average overall time for that review. But as I think, and then if you could clarify your last question about by right zoning.
So if I mean, this is the dashboard covers affordable housing. It doesn't cover by right development. It doesn't include that as part of our adding to our housing stock. Is there?
Yeah. So that dashboard is specific to the goals identified in the 2015 equity analysis and affordable housing report. And so that is a metric about the city's goals toward meeting its affordable housing goals. Those are specifically towards those units that are sort of preserved and maintained in an affordable status. So it doesn't count overall market affordability, if you will. So I don't have that kind of dashboard, but again, I could also in anticipation of second reading, try to put some numbers around some of the site plans that for instance were referenced by Councilmember Dish, how many housing units that referenced. Unfortunately, our data, it's not always as easy as we'd want it, or I'd want it, speaking for myself, to spit out the data points that we like, but we could work towards providing some of that.
The dashboard itself is public, right? That's not just for city council members.
Yep.
So that at least we can track two things that are going in our community, market rate development as well as our affordable housing work. Great, thank you.
Councilmember Griswold.
Thank you. I have a question for Brett Leonard. I know that Councilmember Bannister was working with the Angelinis on trying to streamline site approval. Is this related to or the result of their work?
Yes, Ms. Angelini was one of several stakeholders that we ended up engaging and sort of hearing their feedbacks. I think it's honest to say that I don't think this goes as far as everybody on that stakeholder group would like to see. There are also questions about, I think, concerns about our application of standards being too onerous to any project of any scale. But we have heard some positive comments that this is definitely moving in a positive direction.
Oh, okay, thank you. And I hope you continue to improve the process and the application process as well. And since we're on the subject of stormwater management, I just want to mention that I spent many, many hours this summer looking at stormwater management issues or the lack of stormwater management. And anything that will take a burden off the staff that are working on this, I think is a positive. And I've discussed this before, but I want to mention it again. as a result of climate change, we know we're getting more precipitation. And I think that we need to look at our staffing level to make sure that we're being as proactive and professional as we can. And I just want to say thank you again to the staff members who do work on this. They're very professional and thorough, and I've been very, very, very impressed. Sometimes the problems are outside the scope of what they can do, especially with climate change. So thank you.
Councilmember Iyer.
Thank you. I fully support these changes, and I'm really excited to see them coming before us. I did want to just point out a couple of things. One, to the extent that it's useful for us to hear some of the concerns about certain developments that are by right, we, of course, as council members always have the ability to watch a planning commission meeting and learn from the discussion that happens there. It doesn't need to happen at this table for us to learn from it and for us to engage even in conversation with planning commissioners and with city staff about those concerns that constituents may bring to us. The other thing, I do want to just back up that when we talk about dishonesty in regards to some of these by right approvals and the arguments that we saw with the Concord Pines development was just such a great example of certain arguments being put forth that really did that were not honest, that really gave the impression that we could do something about that. We've been told over and over again by staff that we just simply would not have a leg to stand on in voting down a by right proposal.
Can I get a judgment on that? I mean, to suggest that people were dishonest when they voted against that development is impugning.
Councilmember, I'm gonna allow it.
I said some of the arguments that were put forth were not honest.
Dishonest?
We're not on. It's not honest.
Your own council rule prohibits characterization of our arguments.
Councilmember, the names are not being mentioned. The reference is to
Please,
arguments.
Mr. Mayor, please.
So those who voted against it were dishonest. Thank you.
Councilmember, that's not what the councilmember is saying. The councilmember is referring to arguments.
I'm getting used to this. Don't worry about it.
Great.
Councilmember, proceed.
So that's really all I had to say. I just to sum up, I think it's really important to make these changes and to put the decision where it belongs because it's an administrative decision, not a political one.
Councilmember Grant.
Thanks. I want to just take the opportunity to reply to my some of my colleagues' comments on my choice of words. I could also use manipulate, mislead, maybe lie to not follow legal advice.
I mean,
Is this really going to go on like this, Mr. Mayor?
No, I mean, I got called out. I have a right to respond to it.
I guess I
want to use my time,
references to lying I view as off key. The balance I think is okay.
So I'm talking about communication between council members historically and their constituents. And I believe that there are many examples, because I've sat in this chair for 7 years, where I have seen former and current council members mislead their constituents by telling them that they can vote against a by right development. I also heard Councilmember Ramlawi earlier this evening say that he believes it's advocacy sometimes for people from the ward to vote against a development that they know is by right because his colleagues will cover for them and vote it through anyway. That is ethically problematic from my perspective. And this is why one of the arguments for why we should be putting this forward a month from now, because we shouldn't have by right developments coming to council because council members can mislead constituents and believe and lead them to believe, and they think it's okay. Some people, we heard from Councilmember Malawi, it's fine if someone from the ward votes against it because you know that the other 9 will cover for you, and that's just advocacy. That's not my definition of advocacy at all. And I think we're going to see a pattern. I won't get into that. We'll have that discussion later. But this is a really important development. I want to thank staff again. And I think even tonight's discussion is illustrative of why it's so important to move this forward.
Councilmember Amlali.
I'll speak to the resolution and at the motives of others. You can vote against a by right development. I've done it several times. There's nothing wrong. It's not illegal. I voted against the Trinitas, which has turned out to be a disaster. Ask the people who live at the one how it's going. Not very well for those people who signed leases to that development and didn't have anywhere to live. We are in an existential climate crisis. We are going to ask voters next year to pony up money to fend it off. So it's not disingenuous. It's not manipulative. It's not lying, or however you want to call it. It's my right. You might not like it, but it's my right. It's my constituents' right. This is our voice. Everyone has a voice. I know it's kind of strange for some people to deal with discord and difference of opinion, but that's a democracy. It's shocking sometimes to hear what comes out of our mouths. We have something here it's gonna get supported at 11-0, but yet it's got to end this way because we're calling people liars and manipulators. Unbelievable. Play on, players.
Councilmember Briggs.
Yeah, I have a question for Mr. Postma, if he is able to weigh in. I was just curious if he could provide just a brief update on how, reminder about how that Trinitas lawsuit went for the city.
No, I'm really not going to talk about a Trinitas lawsuit. A lawsuit is not appropriate for me to discuss in open session. The basic facts of it are known, that the case was resolved and the council approved a resolution of it. But other than that, details of a litigation, I'm just not going to. I can provide it in writing to the council, but I'm not going to walk through the details of that.
I'm sorry, maybe I wasn't being. I didn't expect you to walk through it. I was just curious if it was. I was looking more at. Were we successful in preventing this project from being developed in our community?
Council member, that is not an answer that I can give. The council voted. There was a lawsuit. The council voted again, and so whether we were successful or not, there are 11 council members. They can determine that for themselves. But in the end, the council. And I seek to remind the whole council again, speaks through a majority vote and the vote of its members. And so I think that, on that, I have to respectfully decline that request. I do understand it. And if you're asking me, did the council eventually vote to resolve that matter? The answer is absolutely yes.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Dish.
Councilmember Dish?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Song?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Medina?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs?
Yes.
Councilmember Romlawi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner,
No.
motion carries.
C3, an ordinance to repeal and replace Chapter 113, Regulation and Use of Model Glues of Title 9, Police Regulations of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor. Moved by Councilmember Dish, seconded by Councilmember Rumlawry. Discussion, please, of C3. Councilmember Rumlawry.
Thank you. I see our prosecutor is on the line. Since he's here, I would just take the opportunity to ask and thank, actually. I know she had sent us a memorandum explaining that there's going to be a series of ordinances that are going to be coming forward that need to be updated and corrected and brought into the 2022s. Can you explain to us real quick with this one and maybe the next one, what are the big differences for the viewing audience and maybe for the rest of us with these two that you're bringing first forward? Thanks, Ari.
Hello, my criminal justice reformers. I am also very proud of you for taking on this initiative and just accepting it and having the opportunity and the appetite for criminal justice reform is just amazing to me. And I'm so excited to bring forth all these ordinances for you. We will have probably close to 80 amendments coming forward in the coming months. And do not be alarmed. This is just more that you guys can handle this. So we're going to have to put on our progressive muscles here. And what we're talking about is 3 or 4 main objectives. The first one is simple. It's to increase accessibility and understanding. We're not going to be using hereunto, contemporaneous with. We are using plain language drafting to make it most accessible for most of our residents and those who come to hang out and play in Ann Arbor. We're also amendments to use gender neutral language as a standard form within our code. You'll see in the next ordinance in chapter 108, there's this really scary sentence in there that says, all pronouns will be used masculine, and that means he or she. Yikes. We're moving on from that. So we're going to get rid of all of that and use gender neutral language. Number 3, we want to be consistent as we can with state law. Many things have been repealed. Times have changed. We need to make sure that we are not violating any laws, that we are not having preemption issues. And the most part is that people can expect the same laws as they travel between here and Pittsfield and Ypsilanti. And the Ann Arbor isn't this very weird place where we have laws that don't make any sense or are inconsistent with what you have a mile away. And the fourth, and probably the most important and the probably nearest and dearest to all of your is to ensure that we have conformity with the city's commitment to equity, inclusion, and procedural justice. There is an opportunity for all of us here to put on our progressive hats and really get the job done. So I'm starting with 2, one small and one a little bit larger. We have regulation of model glues, also known as huffing, tonight, and then the weapons ordinance. As a preview, you'll have disorderly, which is section 962 out of chapter 108. That'll be coming forth next. It's a little bit of a heavier lift, but I know you guys all got it.
Excellent.
Thank you.
For my part, I'd like to say, Ms. Slay, thank you so much for the work that you are doing with respect to the ordinances that we have here today and the ordinance that we will be enjoying downstream. Obviously, the code is a received document built over time, and it does require overhaul now and again to ensure that it better reflects our intentions and our aspirations. And we're in the process of doing that thanks to you. So many thanks. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. And thanks Ms. Slay for doing this. And I know we had a couple phone calls about this and the correspondence. I like reading through these and seeing what the changes are and what we had in place. And, my concerns about this one were the substances that I have most often encounter the remnants of their use, especially in preparing abandoned buildings for demolition in the county here, is there's a lot of dusters and a lot of whippets going on. And I as an example, there was 200 empty dust cans in the crab shack that they tore down out there in Pittsfield Township, and all in the bushes all around it and so on. And when these buildings become abandoned, they become places that attract crime and unlawful uses. And so the people were in there doing the dusters and the whippets. And is that covered by this? I was looking for the ingredients on a can of spray dust. I couldn't find it, but clearly that's an issue in our community because I see these cans everywhere. I see the whippets in the curbs laying there in the gutters. They're very recognizable. The metal canisters you see around town, the CO2 chargers. Is that covered by this?
It is covered by this as an inhalation or fumes prohibited. However, the one that we're probably going to use if there is a violation of it comes in section 108-962, which is to be disorderly and intoxicated. Whippets, for those of you who don't know, that's kind of colloquial for the aerosol. You would commonly see them. They're like a legal thing to buy if you use whipped cream at home. So they're the little nitrous containers that you slide in when you're making, you have homemade whipped cream. And so we can't prohibit those because, you know, everyone would be really sad when they can't add whipped cream to their pie at their next family gathering. And we want to be able to keep that all legal. But I think Councilmember Hamer, to answer your question, it could be covered under the inhalation of fumes, which is prohibited, which is no person shall inhale, drink, eat, or otherwise induce into the respiratory or circulatory system anything that is defined as an intoxicating substance. So whippets, perfectly fine with whipped cream, right? Not fine if you're inhaling them and putting them into your
As you know, as I
system,
pointed
causing
out, the community may or not know this, that they sell them by the flavored case in head shops.
Yes, but then they also do in very legitimate purposes too, like
Sure.
restaurant supply stores.
Yeah. All right. I just want to make
So
sure we're
that-
covering
they're
that.
a little
'Cause
tricky.
It's clearly a problem on the street. And when these people when we touch these people into the system, I think the idea is not a punitive thing, but we want to get them in the system so that we are able to improve their lives and give them something better to do than sneak into an empty building and huff, right? So.
Yes, so these
Okay,
are
thank you.
cases that if they were to come in front of the city prosecutor, which right now that's myself, if they come in front of me, what we're looking at is a diversion out of the criminal justice system, but that is accompanied with assessments, not just for drugs and alcohol if that's an issue, but we also are looking to make sure that housing is appropriate, if there's any mental health concerns that we're addressing those, and to making amends to the community. So as with all of our prosecutions, we're looking at restoration and a hand up, not a hand out.
Councilmember Griswold.
Okay, thanks for that comment because I received a couple of questions about, are these amendments to our resolutions criminalizing more behavior? And knowing you, I knew that wasn't the intent, but I wanted to publicly ask that. And I also just Googled CO2 cartridges because as I was going through security this weekend, a military type guy was pulled over by security, and it was because he had CO2 cartridges in his carry-on. And according to Google, you can also use these cartridges to inflate a flat bike tire. So Councilmember Hayner, maybe some of them that you're seeing are for cyclists.
That is great. I have that wishful thinking too, that hopefully people are using them for their bike tires. That increases the walkability and rideability of our city. However, with to answer your question as to whether or not we are increasing criminal penalties, absolutely not. What we are seeing throughout just this set of amendments is that these are penalties that are already in place. What we are doing is adding the penalty after each section for ease of user for the user. I'll tell you, there's criminal defense attorneys that I've been working with who've been in the works for 20 years, and they call me and they say, Ariane, I can't find the penalty for this offense. So what we're trying to do is to make it very easy for everyone, criminal attorneys to, my daughter who is a 7th grader right now, I've read every ordinance for her to make sure that she understands and can tell me what we're saying is prohibited. And I feel like that's where we that's our goal right there.
Okay, thanks for that great work.
Sure, thank you.
Councilmember O'Malley.
Yeah, I think Ari needs to start wearing a cape. She's like a superhero. I appreciate what you do for us here at the city, and thanks again for the work and taking the lead on these issues and doing the work, doing the heavy lifting that's involved, and not just the lip service. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Edina.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to echo thanks to Attorney Slay for her work on this entire project. This is not a small task, and I know that you are in many ways working extra hours to get this project done and to bring these back to us. And so I really appreciate the work that you're putting into it. I do have one question, and I probably should have asked this ahead of time, so I forgive you if you do not have an answer for me. Under the penalty section, so I noticed that this is a misdemeanor punishable up to 90 days in jail and a fine not to exceed $500. I guess in this particular case, what is the likelihood of somebody who is prosecuted under this actually receiving a misdemeanor sentence or the fine as opposed to getting treatment? And what does the city do in order to ensure that individuals are actually getting treatment in substance use cases?
So under the city code, the overwhelming majority, I'd say probably over 80% of the cases that come in front of the city attorney's office are diverted out of the criminal justice system. So we're not talking about fines of $500. We're not talking about any jail time. We're not talking about fingerprinting. The cases that are not being diverted out are drugged and drunk driving, which has a public safety component to it, which are handled a little differently. I don't have the numbers on that. I can tell you, since I've been at the city attorney's office in October of 2017, I actually have not prosecuted a single case under this chapter under 113. But for like instances of disorderly type behavior, disorderly intoxicated persons, which deals with substance abuse, the goal is always to try to get somebody into treatment and get them help if that's what they need. There are a few different ways to do it. One is in a diversion capacity if the appetite is there. But there are people who are not really ready yet. They haven't hit their point where they're ready to accept help from the community or even admit they have a problem. They could be coming to court drunk at a 3.0 as a blood alcohol limit, and they don't want to get help. In those cases, what we try to do is work on a probation term if there's a finding of guilt, and those are structured so all the probation requirements are centered on addressing the reasons why the person may have a substance abuse issue. Could be mental health, could be housing, could be employment. So it's really a restorative and individualized probation. So what you've probably seen over years past in prosecution just isn't happening in the city of Ann Arbor. And I can tell you affirmatively, since I've been here and since we started our diversion program in 2018, we haven't had that issue. And just to give yourself a pat on the back, council members, you have the first diversion program in Washtenaw County for adults. So you keep leading the way on this. You guys are doing a great job.
Further discussion? Well, if that's true, Ms. Slay, it's only because we have staff to inspire us. All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. C4, or an ordinance to repeal and replace Chapter 115, Weapons and Explosives of Title IX, Police Regulations of the Code of the State of Ann Arbor. Moved by Councilor Dis, second by Councilmember Hayner. Discussion, please, of C4. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. I'll be real quick. I just appreciate the conversations we had about these ordinances. And I was talking to a constituent about it today, and I want to thank you for saying what you said over the phone, is that these kinds of things, like when we have these conversations about them, even though they're minor changes, that it leads to situations where you're able to improve the education around our laws. And I think that's an important part of what we're doing here. So thank you for that.
Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. It's 9:34. Let's take a short break. Meet you all back at 9:45. We are back after a short break. DB1, resolution to approve 106 North 4th Avenue site plan at 106 North 4th Avenue, moved by Councilmember Graham, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. DC1, resolution to approve the 2022 council calendar, moved by Councilmember Briggs, seconded by Councilmember Amlawi. Discussion? All in favor? I'm sorry, my apologies, Councilmember Griswold.
Related to the calendar, is there any chance that we will not be required to meet in person, or that we'll adjust the calendar as a result of that requirement?
I do not believe that there is a likelihood that we will be permitted to meet by Zoom. My understanding, and I guess I'd be, of course, eager to be corrected on this, that it is our legal obligation, ourselves and some other of our bodies and commissions, to meet in person. I've spoken with on a district call with Congress Representative Dingell, but it also is members of the Washington delegation and I believe a lot of the 12th district delegation as well. That group understands our certainly concern about an amendment to the Open Meetings Act. I know that Ambassador Irwin, Senator Irwin has offered such an amendment. There is, I gather, another week in which it is possible that that could be taken up before the end of the year, but people in the call didn't think it was particularly likely. In terms of the calendar itself being altered, with the advisory boards, that's an interesting question, whether that is something that we could do, whether we could alter the calendar accordingly. I suppose that would mean postponing business. With respect to us, I think we have an obligation to have 2 meetings a month by charter, although of course would be corrected by clerk and attorney. Today, I've over the course of the past couple inquired of staff as to what the proposals were with respect to maintaining safe distance for council members and staff during meetings, and then of course too by extension members of the public who are there. There's a couple of ideas underway for that, and I would expect staff to come back with something for council's information fairly soon.
Okay,
I'm
great,
talking,
thanks.
Mr. Dohoney, do you have anything you wish to lay over that?
Thank you, Mayor. I did appoint a team to look at different possibilities for the chambers. The team met this afternoon. They devised 2 or 3 options. We will circulate that and see if there's a preference. We have been in communication with some of the boards and commissions. Some of their members have expressed concern about the requirement to meet in person. And I can't say it's a majority, but there are some people who have been pretty direct that they don't intend to do that. So I think we are going to lose some people. How many, it's premature to say, but that's where we are at the moment.
Okay, thanks.
Further discussion of DC1. I will note for folks information with respect to Juneteenth, as people may recollect, the city designated Juneteenth as a holiday last summer in advance of the federal government's designation. We, in the course of our resolution, designated Friday to be the date of observation, whereas the federal government chose Monday. Unless I'm much mistaken, we have, although Ann Arbor does exhibit a certain amount of exceptionalism, perhaps this is an instance in which we can toe the line with the rest of the country, and so we have moved our Juneteenth observance to Monday. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. DC2, resolution to approve 2022 council committee appointments. Moved by Councilmember Grand, second by Councilmember Dish. Discussion of the appointments. Councilmember Griswold.
Well, this is somewhat stressful, but when I'm dead, I want to be remembered for what I did, not for what I failed to do. So I just want to say how very, very troubling this is. It's a trend throughout the world. If you read anything by Anne Applebaum, including her latest book, Twilights of Democracy, we have statements that are really unsubstantiated accusations based on speculation that we're now being asked to take action on. I hope that after we get all of the communications, including the privileged and confidential communications, we will have a much better idea of what actually happened. And as someone who's been involved for many, many years, I can say that this action tonight is consistent with prior behavior, including when one of my statements was referred to as QAnon nonsense. Another time I made reference to housing policy and I was labeled a racist. I think that it's always important that we do our homework, due diligence, and clearly understand what the situation is before we take action.
Councilmember Amlai.
Yeah, I am extremely disappointed with this coming forward the way it is. When I checked the agenda on Monday of last week, I had the same boards and commission appointments as I had for the last 11 or 12 months. I got the agenda on Friday, and I am off the two most powerful committees that are in this government. I feel this is retaliation, punitive, Trumponian, and poor government. I have received dozens of emails, calls, and support. I remember being called beneath contempt earlier this year as well. I've done nothing wrong. There has not been an investigation on my actions. It's been a one-sided story. In fact, the investigator talks about how the observations are outside her scope that she was hired to come and do. And in the end, I get terminated. We have 4 council members who are going to have collectively 41 assignments. How is that possible? How are you able to make all your meetings, do all your work, be there for your constituents, and still have a day job and a balanced life? I remember my first 2 years on council, I had 9 assignments, and they were easy ones. Audit, budget and labor that doesn't meet that often, especially back then, and a few others. Liquor license doesn't meet that much. But when you start talking about these other boards and commissions, there are considerable commitments if you're going to do the job right. And I feel that our community will not get what it deserves. It will not get the responsiveness. I already get emails from folks that say, I never get a response from my council member in this ward, in that ward, in this ward. It's not Ward 5, I'll tell you that. I know Councilmember Briggs does a good job of getting back to her constituents. But this is alarming, and I urge the body and I urge the mayor to reconsider what they're putting forward here, because this right here is very divisive, and it's not going to be good for our community. It's not good government.
Councilmember Griswold.
I'd like to move that we postpone this for 2 meetings until we have all of the facts surrounding this and we're not just basing it on speculation.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Amlawi. Discussion of the postponement. I'm going to be voting against the postponement. If it turns out that the report is entirely, if it turns out that the report is entirely baseless, then I would be happy to revisit these things. But for the time being, I'm willing to move forward on the basis of what is in the report. Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I want to concur with that, and just, I guess this could speak to either the postponement or the resolution itself. This is not something that I personally want to spend my time trying to reallocate committee spots and asking people to step up and spend more time. This is because it's true. It was outside the scope, and even though it was outside of the scope, there was an ethical concern that was so grave that our attorney, outside independent investigator that we hired, felt that it was important to bring this to the body's attention. That's how serious this is. And I can tell you from experience that I've seen this happen before. I'm not saying by the council members who are being charged, but this is something that I've seen happen before. But we have an attorney with a sterling reputation. There's nothing fanciful about this. What would their motivation be to bring this forward unless they felt that it was a significant ethical breach that needed to be brought to the attention of this body? And when it was, we can't ignore it. So what can we do? We can act. And I believe that there will be other actions. There will be investigations. If there are findings of those investigations, there will be other actions. But this is what we can do this week in response to what, to me, is not just disappointing, but just incredibly serious. And you can deny it all you want.
Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you. I'm actually going to oppose the postponement because I think that this resolution sort of stands on its own. And I think the deprivation of all appointments entirely from a council member, basically on a whim, we had a council discussion about what was an appropriate response to something that happened 6 months ago. And there's just sort of discretionary, no, we're just gonna keep it going because you can. I actually oppose the postponement because I think that the mayor should stand behind this, and I think a majority of council should stand behind this. And I think the community should be shocked. I think that the confidence in making these decisions that are bad for the community, bad for our democracy, totally disrespectful to all of the people who voted for each individual person sitting at this table, I think it should stand. I think it should stand on its own. And I think that the community should see it because I think it's time for people to be shocked. And if that doesn't happen, then I guess we're in one of those situations where we all step back and go, wow, what a community we live in. This is okay. And I think we all experienced that a few years ago on a national level. And I think maybe it's time for us to experience it locally. Thanks.
Councilmember Amlawi. On the postponement, please.
Well, I know there's very little chance of getting support from my experience. There's going to be reasons why it's a terrible idea. I will just say that our community is being punished. It's not me. It's going to make my life easier. Do you think I had much influence in those boards and those two committees? It was a 3-2 vote every time. But at least I was there to ask questions. I was there to bring my insight, my experience, a different set of eyes, a different perspective. What we see here is less inclusion. There's so much double talk on this table about inclusivity. Politically, it's not. It's an oligarchy. I'm the only person of color who works for a living. I got elected on my own 2 feet. I went door to door and knocked on doors and talked to people. I've been a part of this community
I'm
for
sorry,
over 30
point of
years.
order. I'm the only person of color who works for a living.
And so I have a lot of ties with this community. I bring perspective. I bring experience. And not, okay, the justification here is to take me off the closed session heavy assignments. And you're doing it without conclusive evidence of any sort. You haven't done an investigation on what happened. The city attorney's office violated the ethics. If you're talking about ethics being violated, Mr. Postma violated the most in any of this. Okay, if you get a true independent investigator involved. I could hire, yeah, I wish I could hire my own investigator too. Yeah, it'd be nice. It's like hiring my own health department inspector. So what I'm trying to get here is that I was not assigned to different committees or commissions. Hey, you know what? We'll put you back on art commission. We'll put you back on liquor license. We'll put you back on audit. No, there was no addition. There was just subtraction. Put me on some committees. Put me on some assignments that are not closed session in the time being. That's not what happened here. You have 4 council members with 41 assignments, and one of those is planning commission. Tell me how the work of the people is going to get done. It's frankly not. They're not even getting emails responded to them.
Got Hayner, Briggs, Radina, and Dish. We're on the postponement. What I'm going to do, if you're actually talking about the postponement, I'm going to charge you against the postponement. But if we're not talking about the postponement, I'm going to charge you on the main motion in terms of speaking times. So I've got Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to speak to the postponement, and I understand the intent of asking to postpone it, but I agree with what Councilwoman Nelson said, that I think we should just have this vote because there's other important votes coming up even tonight further down the agenda. And I think it would be good to see where folks stand on a matter that's as essential to our democracy as this is before we go ahead and ask for a millage and ask for their trust in other matters. I think it's important that the residents see what the makeup of this body is all about. So I'm going to reject the request for a postponement.
Councilmember Briggs.
Yes, so on this postponement, I think there's, it sounds like there have been 2 issues that have been raised around Councilmember Hayner's not being reappointed to committees and commissions. And I think that we have, I'm quite some time ago, Councilmember Grand asked council members if they were willing to serve on any of those additional committees. And I would say that, I reluctantly raised my hand because I do believe that those committees and commissions, deserve representation on them. Even though it is going to be requiring additional time on my behalf, I do think that the community members who serve on these commissions deserve to be that know that we respect our and live by our DEI work. Regarding sort of this report, in terms of why we would postpone, I'm not sure what information I would be looking for more on that. I mean, we have an independent investigation conducted by a trained attorney who has raised, has presented information that it doesn't seem disputable. The sentence that I'm reading that has led me to think that it's appropriate is even more troubling. The characterization of the closed session discussion that was given to Mr. Guajardo led Mr. Guajardo to conclude that the city's legal department had prejudged the merits of his complaint. And what was relayed at that meeting seems to be the contributing cause of Mr. Guajardo feeling the need to suddenly remove himself from the work environment on October 5th. An act that, while perhaps understandable in context, was disruptive to city business. I don't know what more information we would get to dispute that. I don't serve on either of these committees. I didn't serve last year. I'm not going to serve this coming year. Not all of us get to serve. That's part of this body. But those that do serve and represent our body should be doing so appropriately.
Councilmember Hayner.
I'd just quickly point out this notion of a postponement, if it's to gather additional information, I still don't support it. In the council resolution that, denied me appointments for 6 months, which I respected, and asked me to do certain things, which I did, there was no mechanism for me to report back to this body. And no one was appointed to fill those empty seats for those 6 months. So it wasn't a grave consideration over the representation of the residents then, and it certainly isn't now either, clearly. So let's take this postponement vote and move on with the main motion, please.
Further discussion of the postponement? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Dish.
Councilmember Dish?
No.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Song?
No.
Councilmember Grand? Councilmember Grand?
No.
Councilmember Medina?
No.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Councilmember Iyer?
No.
Councilmember Nelson?
No.
Councilmember Briggs?
No.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Motion fails.
Further discussion of the main motion? Councilmember Dish.
If it were acceptable to the body and to the Mayor Pro Tem, I would propose an amendment that would add Councilmember Ramlawi to the Liquor Commission and take me off.
That's friendly to me.
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Song. Is that friendly to the body? It's not friendly to the body. It's been moved and
because I
seconded.
was chair of liquor commission. If we're going to start swinging stuff amendment wise, I'll add myself back to everything I had. If we want to play amendment games.
I will need to recuse myself from that commission in the upcoming months. I don't want to serve on that commission. Thank you.
Perhaps we can consider that amendment withdrawn with the acquiescence of the group. Councilmember Medina.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Councilmember Ramlawi is right in a sense tonight that serving on additional committees is more work. It is not making life easier for me by any means to be asked to serve on more committees. And debating this tonight is not how I want to spend my time on this body. But service on these particular committees requires trust. What is not in question is that two council members who have since self-identified themselves to be Councilmember Ramlawi and Nelson contacted the witness of an independent investigation, and immediately thereafter, that employee removed himself from employment, causing a disruption to city services and impeding the investigation itself. By contacting and meeting with the complainant about the subject matter of his complaint after council had reviewed it and appropriately authorized an external independent investigation to be conducted, that trust has been broken. Any such contact with a complainant or witness or subject of an independent investigation about the matter of the investigation especially in a way that clearly impacts the course of that investigation, is in my view inexcusable and has the potential to jeopardize the validity of the investigation itself. So yes, in response to one of my colleagues, the community should be shocked tonight, but by my judgment, it should not be shocked by council's response to misconduct. It should be shocked by the misconduct itself. So I will be supporting these. Like the mayor, should evidence come forward that these allegations are untrue, I am happy to revisit this, but the language that we've received from the independent investigator seems fairly conclusive to me. Thank you.
Councilmember Griswold.
I thought that democracy was under attack tonight for other reasons, but now I find that we are also following the policy of guilty until proven innocent. As I've stated before, I have employment law training and management experience. I raised concerns about the first report that was done by Attorney Salvatore. What she has provided is simply speculation that other people, excuse me, have disputed. There's an issue with the timeline. I have additional information regarding the weekend between the first complaint and the second complaint. I was not interviewed. It is not an independent investigation. At this point, I am prepared to take legal action because, as I said before, when I'm gone, I want to be known for what I did, not for what I overlooked, which often leads to crises in communities because people don't stand up. There are 2 accusations that have been denied. And council members can say whatever they want. It does not change the facts. 2 accusations that have been denied. That is the basic facts.
Councilmember Amlawi.
Thank you, Councilmember Griswold, for taking a little bit of thunder out of what I was going to say. That yes, I am guilty now until I prove myself innocent based on the testimony I'm hearing from this board. I will have to prove myself here. Not that they're going to prove that I committed something improper and unethical. There's such a double standard here. What's going on here is a mischaracterization of the events, Councilmember Radina. Maybe you want to launch an investigation, get things straight before you start accusing people, tarnishing their reputation, stressing them out. But that's not how we do business here. We protect our own and we manipulate investigations to have the outcome that we choose to desire. In fact, I did not reach out to Mr. Guardo. Mr. Guardo came to me. And you know what? He's not the only person of color to come to me since October 4th. There's been 2 other city employees who've come to me complaining about workplace discrimination and harassment. You know, so how is it possible for this investigator to even know what we said, or at least hear our side of the story, when she never even asked us if we talked about closed session? She did not. We did not reveal anything about closed session. But yet, there's potential, maybe, and this is the reason why he didn't come back. No, the reason why he didn't come back to work is because we didn't put John Fournier on paid leave and put a separation, because the no contact clause was voided, was violated. He didn't feel safe coming back to work. That's why he didn't come back to work. Don't blame me for your mess.
Councilmember Iyer.
Thank you. Just to clarify some points that seem to be getting lost here. Our independent investigator already found that council members Nelson and Ramlawi disclosed information from a closed session council meeting. relating to the legal advice that was given to council by the city attorney's office. This is an extremely serious offense, one that the
Point of order,
investigator.
Mr. Mayor. Point of order.
On what possible basis?
That
These are
we have,
allegations.
the last 4, 5 comments have been speaking to the details of Ms. Salvatore's report on an HR matter. They haven't been speaking in any way to the matter before us. Your
That's not a
list of
point.
appointments.
That's
Are we
obvious,
debating Ms.
council member.
Salvatore's
That's
report,
obviously
or are we
related.
debating DC2?
Council member, that's obviously related, and in the fanciful world in which it's unrelated, the door has been opened by council members contesting the validity of the report.
And so instead of
Councilmember Iyer.
discussing the list, we're going to discuss the reasons that you didn't put people on the list.
Councilmember Iyer.
Okay.
May I start the clock again?
Councilmember.
What's been alleged that what is being discussed here is not an allegation. It is what the independent investigator found, that these 2 council members disclosed information from a closed session. This is an extremely serious offense, one that the investigator found disrupted city business, damaged working relationships of key city officials, caused unnecessary harm, and potentially interfered with the investigation. In case people are unaware of how serious this is, disclosing information from closed sessions may be a violation of 2 state laws, the Open Meetings Act and the State Ethics Act. These council members are therefore not being reappointed to committees that deal heavily with closed sessions and privileged legal information. This isn't about politics. This is about protecting city employees. It's about upholding our fiduciary responsibility to the city. We can't have council members on sensitive committees who can't be trusted to keep confidential information private and who take actions to harm city employees and cost the city unnecessary expense. In my view, it would be just wholly irresponsible to place these 2 council members back on sensitive committees, given what we know. So I'm voting for the committee assignments as they are presented to us in order to protect city employees as well as residents and taxpayers from potential further harm by council members who've demonstrated that they can't be trusted.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I'd like to speak to a couple of the, now to the main resolution and what went into some of the conversations behind these decisions that were not made lightly and certainly not on a whim. To Councilmember Hayner's lack of appointments, it's incredibly important. I know Councilmember Briggs brought this up earlier, that our boards and commissions remain places as we work towards the goals to continue to further diversify our boards and commissions, that are places that are welcoming. And if we want to be able to continue to recruit people to volunteer that reflect our community, we need to keep those places safe. And based on the behavior in the last year, the pulling of committees was for slur number 1. And this council came to some conclusions based on slur round 2 that still hold from my perspective. In terms of, I think Councilmember Iyer articulated very clearly that when we looked to this information that has come out over the past, week or so, we looked, in the immediate term to committees that have closed session on a regular basis. This is certainly not the end. As someone who serves on the Council Administration Committee, I will certainly be bringing forward a call to investigate this further, and then we'll have actions if there's further information from that investigation. This is serious, and I also just want to draw attention to Councilmember Malawi's calling out not only of our colleague Councilmember Song in a way that was totally inappropriate and uncalled for. But
Can I
also,
get clarification on that? Can I get clarification on
Councilmember,
that?
no, Councilmember,
I don't
don't
want to
interrupt.
repeat what you said. It was so vile. And Councilmember, and also accusing our city attorney's office of all sorts of misdeeds. I don't think you can find a staff member in the city that has more integrity than Mr. Postema. I guess that's all I'm going to say about that. I just really appreciate his service to the city and his character.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to speak directly to the resolution. And I'm going to ask my colleagues to reject DC2 and ask the mayor to bring back a list that includes everyone. Approving these appointments, it harms the community that we all serve by reducing and denying representation. At its very root, it's undemocratic. And anybody who tries to justify this exclusionary action will be, in my view, morally bankrupt. That's what I see here. So let's move on with this, please, so we can get a sense of the body that sits before the public.
Further discussion? Councilperson Song. Councilmember, you are inaudible.
I have the view that this is the work that we do twice a week. We meet either at this table. So if we don't work with each other in committees, we are certainly available to work with each other outside of committees and here at the table. So should council members, I mean, it's unfortunate I am on liquor license review. It would have been interesting to serve again alongside Councilmember Ramlawi, as we do in other committees. But if there's want for additional work, again, Councilmember Iyer has said before that as many of us have done and continue to do, is to watch meetings, participate, call in for public comments. So the democratic process is still available to all of us. Just as we encourage our constituents to participate, there's nothing stopping us from participating. So I look forward to it.
Councilmember Hayner.
I would encourage my colleagues to join me, as the charter allows, and participate in the Parks Advisory Commission meetings.
Councilor Amlawi, you have used your speaking times. Further discussion? Let me start my clock. I tend to turn the other cheek a fair bit in the face of critique. I don't, and getting blamed for the consequences of other people's actions is part of the job. But I'd like to engage a little bit here. I don't very much like being involved in conflict. It is not my way, and that is, I think, demonstrable and obvious. But when you're faced with transgressions and concerns of the natures here, our response is obligatory. Inaction is acquiescence. I'm not okay with anti-gay slurs and the voicing of taboo racial slurs by anyone, much less an elected official, and no person should be. I'm not okay with what I read in the report. Concerns raised by an absolutely unimpeachable investigator regarding closed session and attorney-client privilege, concerns about the investigation. No person should be okay with this. I don't believe that we should, with respect to the anti-gay slur and the taboo, I don't believe that, I believe that the voicing of those terms by an elected official is not acceptable, and I do not accept it. It severs the community from their government. And I don't believe that we should require community volunteers or persons with business before the bodies to have to work in an environment with that elephant in the room. And as to the Administration Committee and the Budget and Labor Committee, these are closed session attorney-client privilege heavy, where trust and adherence to duty are at a premium. No, I'm not the person whom the investigator, an independent investigator of unimpeachable congressionals raised questions with, raised material and important concerns. I care about the professional administration of the city on behalf of our community members. I care about our legal obligation to maintain closed session, the duty to observe attorney-client privilege. I care that investigations, internal investigations, when they are necessary, are performed without interference. I care about staff members all the time being treated with dignity and respect. We have serious work to do, and that work requires that we act within the rules. It work that requires us to act in a manner that welcomes all members of our community. Work that requires us to respect staff. For me, these conditions are non-negotiable. And the fact that those conditions have been breached lead us to where we are today. I look forward to continuing to do the work on the committee with absolutely everyone and absolutely anyone, as always, whether or not they could agree with me or not, who can meet those terms. Act within the rules. Welcome all members of the community. Respect staff. Further discussion. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Dish.
Councilmember Dish?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Councilmember Song?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Redina?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
No.
Councilmember Briggs?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Motion carries.
Burns
DC3
Park, ladies and
resolution.
gentlemen. Burns Park government.
DC3 resolution to order election and to determine ballot question for charter amendment for a community climate action millage, moved by Councilmember Dish, seconded by Councilmember Song. So I propose that we bring this resolution a couple of times ago and wanted to just reflect upon it briefly again. We have a plan to achieve and reduce carbon. It's community-wide carbon neutrality. It's A20. It's a plan to improve basic services and enhance quality of life for everyone. Clean, reliable local electricity, a drive to zero waste through year-end composting and recycling, weatherization programs, energy programs in homes and businesses to save money and increase comfort, miles of new bikeway and pedestrian infrastructure, transit infrastructure, neighborhood resiliency hubs, aggressive EV support, and thousands of trees. But what we do not have in the presence of this plan is the resources to achieve it. And that's why I'm so glad that we're going to be bringing this forward today. A 1 mil, 20-year millage proposal to raise the funds necessary for people in Ann Arbor to enjoy the safety, comfort, and affordability, frankly, the moral benefits of a carbon neutrality economy. Pardon me, a carbon neutral community. The community carbon action millage will cost the average homeowner about $2 a week, but the benefits that they will receive will be true value for money. Citywide programs to reduce energy costs, increase comfort and safety, improve lives now. As we know, every person alive today will spend more due to climate change. That is a fact. The question is, how will we spend that money? Will it be an investment in the future or new spending that bloats tenfold in a further degraded world? I believe in Ann Arbor that we value science and value for the money, that we believe in common action for common purpose, and that's why I'm confident that residents are going to ultimately support the community climate action millage to improve our basic services and enhance quality of life to achieve equitable, affordable, community-wide carbon neutrality. There is a change to the resolution, which you have received, which I want to note for you, and that is rather than place the millage on the May ballot, to place the millage on the November 22 ballot. This will give us all time to reflect upon the importance of this effort. It'll give us an ability to detail and communicate again and again our very thorough A20 plan, and will give all of our partners in and out of the organization time to appreciate what it is that the A20 plan has to offer, both in terms of course, the primary goal, carbon neutrality, and the provision of service, but important issues of equity and benefit to all. Councilmember Amlawi.
Well, thank you for the introduction and explanation and placing this on the November ballot. That was one of the biggest issues that I had early on, was calling another special election with a very low turnout to decide something that affects us all, not just here in Ann Arbor, but globally. I do appreciate this, and it does give us more time to really fully conceptualize everything that we're going to need to do and how to do it in the right order as to where to get the most for our money in reducing our carbon emissions, and in ways that we're not just trying to buy ourselves out of this problem with offsets and other ways of transferring our pollution from our conscious onto some other poorer soul. An issue that I have, though, is that we're relying this and basing this on a plan, on a living document that expires in 10 years or less. But yet we're asking for a 20-year millage for something that we haven't embarked on doing yet. We haven't spent the money, we haven't been responsible, we haven't had the experience of doing so. I really have a hard time giving government such a long leash. I would like for our government to check back in with its residents, its citizens, periodically, just as we have elections, to make sure that we're doing the right job and that we have the best form of representative government in the form of taxation in this case. I will have something more to say, but a 20-year mill on a 10-year plan seems a little odd to me, without checking back in with the taxpayers a little bit before 20 years from now.
Further discussion? Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, I was prepared to vote no if it was a May election, because I think it's extremely wasteful, and the cost of a May election could have filled a lot of potholes. I want to raise a few operational issues that we have with some of this infrastructure, and I am confident that Mr. Dehoney is going to improve our day-to-day operations, our metrics, and most importantly, have a feedback loop. So when we do something, we know if it was a success or not, rather than just the type of rhetoric we heard tonight regarding accusations being facts, and a bike lane must be wonderful. The William Street bike lane next to the crosswalk ramp was below water because the cross slope is not adequate for proper drainage. Now, I hope that someone will deal with that. We also have federal resources that we need to evaluate in all of this. Some of our new bikeways are slippery. Before we put in any more green paint on our roadways, we need to make sure that it's the proper mix of paint and sand or whatever they put into the paint to create some traction. I also looked over on Industrial, and it looked like they just took a jackhammer to the street to make it rough before they painted it green. I am sure that's not best practice. So I hate to nitpick, but let's get it right when we have 1 or 2 bike lanes before we put in another 10. Otherwise, we're going to have cyclists riding with the cars rather than in the bike lane. So thank you.
Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I have, for some time, clearly and unsuccessfully promoted policies in this body that are in keeping with Dr. Stoltz's ideas in the 820 plan. Viewers might recall that I asked for all our housing commission properties to be considered net zero. That was voted down by this body. That I asked for TC1 to have stormwater net zero and affordability components baked into it before we gave those bonuses away. That was voted down by this body. That I worked with former Councilwoman Bannister, my council colleague, tree protections, which are going away soon and haven't been acted upon by this body. So you'll excuse me for being skeptical that this is going to work out for us, because we haven't done the things we can do for free, but now we're going to reach into taxpayers' pockets. And higher taxes equals sprawl, higher taxes equal unaffordability, and the driving out of seniors on fixed incomes and other low-income individuals without huge efforts to remediate that situation somehow in all this mix. So without too much of a veneer of negativity, because I recall attending the 2018 Wiggy lecture, which was titled "No Victory Without Optimism." And of course, in our case, it's no victory without $1 billion. And it'll still be no victory because we have a federal government whose Interior Department discounts coal leases on public lands and is stalling on all kinds of other things. And, we have a global community and a global atmosphere. So I'm skeptical that we're going to get to the end of this by 2030. I hope that we do, but I'm skeptical. And I see these tiny trees we're planting, and they're not trees that are going to grow up to be giant trees. So I'm really concerned about that. If we had a community benefits ordinance, I'd be more comfortable with some of these things as it could apply to our planning. Is there a reason that it's 20 years when our plan is supposed to be over in 10 years? Is that something that Dr. Stoltz could answer?
Sure. Yeah, thank you for the question, both Councilmember Lowy and Hayner. So if you recollect, which there's no reason anyone should be in the details of, in 820, the way the plan is adopted is that offsets play a role to hit the 2030 goal, but we know that we're not done because the objective is to get as much emissions reductions locally as we can. And so the idea is that we're going to have to keep working, right? We don't sort of stop at 2030. We've got to keep moving and pushing other things. And then we also have to sustain the programs that we have and the initiatives. Otherwise, emissions will go right back up.
Okay, so is there any consideration that we do a 10-year millage and then we see that we're making progress when we have all our markers in place and we are able to analyze our return on investment and our progress moving forward and then renew the millage like we do for so many other millages? 20 years seems like a long time.
I think that's a political question.
Okay, then I'm going to move to amend the charter language to say from 2022 through 2042 to say 2022 through 2032.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Lowy. On the amendment, I'm going to vote against the amendment. I think it's incredibly important that we give staff the confidence of a long-term, as Dr. Stoltz indicated, we will have work to do after we've achieved our particular goal. That is to say, we will continue the work. Further, if for some reason it turns out mission accomplished and it's all taken care of, the ability to levy a millage is not an obligation to levy a millage. Council future can make that decision downstream if it wishes. And so I'm going to be voting against it so as to give us the ability to plan over the long term. On the amendment, I've got Hayner, Briggs, and Ramlawi.
Yeah, thanks. Typically, I think the person who brings the amendment gets to speak, but that's okay. I know that we're throwing all kinds of formalities out the window this year.
I'm sorry, I thought you'd already spoken on it.
No, I moved it and it was seconded.
Yeah,
I mean,
fair point. My apologies.
I withhold a lot. I know you think I'm your big critic or whatever, and you're going to punish me for it, but I hold back. Because we've had a reasonable relationship here, but
per prior, I
so
thought
sure.
you'd established the rationale for your amendment and we're finished. You are correct. The person who
I
authors the
believe that
amendment
we
should
should,
be able to have the amendment,
first of all, I've
have the
never
first
seen a,
speak.
thank you. I've never seen a millage go away. Has anyone ever seen a millage go away, ever? No. So that's not going to happen. So that's why I'm asking for 10 years with a renewal for another 10 years. And there's plenty of time to consider that. And 10 years is a long time in planning. 2030 is only 8 fiscal years away. Actually 7 by the time this comes into play. And so, we're 10 years is 3 years planning beyond that date. Now, is it true that in my reading of the 820 plan, and this will be my last question, this is why it's a 10-year question I'm putting forward here, that when we get to 2030 and we see where we're at, if there's no more improvements to be made locally, we're going to take this millage money and purchase carbon offsets on the global market?
I mean, offsets are in 820 as
Right.
adopted. Yeah, but they are not offsets on the global market, just to be clear. This is part of the energy principles and criteria that were adopted earlier that really determine where those offsets come from. So without going into, I don't want to eat up your time, I'll just share things like the virtual power reduction agreement that we got out of the intervention with DTE is about getting energy waste reduction offsets in Michigan, in inner city schools, in churches. So we're working on policy tools that help us make investments right here in Michigan that would be those kinds of offsets.
Okay,
It's
well,
very
that's
clear.
that's a good reason to do 10 years because we can see where we're at, and hopefully the dynamics of have changed in Southeast Michigan, and everyone's moving in this direction. And we can say to ourselves, "Hey, here's some schools or whatever that we want this other, these offset markets are set up to help people regionally, locally, and we need more money to do this." And we'll ask again. I think 10 years is plenty for us. Thank you.
On the amendment, got Radina, Briggs, Ramlawi.
I'd like to just stay in queue for the main motion. I don't have a comment on the amendment.
Yep. Briggs, Councilmember Briggs.
Yeah,
On the
thanks.
amendment?
Yes, on the amendment. Yeah, I don't support 10 years. I mean, I would love to support 10 years. I'd love to believe that we were at a point in 10 years where we had actually implemented all the elements of our plan. And while I am incredibly impressed by our city staff, this is an ambitious plan. And I think that every single one of us around the table knows that the work is not going to be completed by 2030. If we just simply look at strategy number 4 of reducing the miles we travel in our vehicles by at least 50%, that is a huge lift. It's going to require a lot of work in our community just to get there. And that's just one of the 7 goals. We have a lot of work to do in our community, and we have these funds. Nobody wants to see another millage in our community, but the reality is that we should have been doing this work decades ago, right? So I continue to support recognizing that we're going to need this funding for an extended period of time.
Councilmember Ramlawi on the amendment.
Yeah, I do support the 10 years. I mean, just like I have a 20-year lease on my building here. It comes in 5-year segments. Every 5 years, you re-up. You make sure that everyone's doing what they should be doing, and you still need it, and you re-up again. We have something here. We have no track record. We have no track record. We're asking the voters to cough up 1 mil on top of everything else we're paying, and not everybody in this community can afford it. That's just a fact. And, I don't see what the hesitation would be if we're doing what we're supposed to do with this money, that in 10 years from now, voters would not reward us or whoever's in these seats with another 10-year renewal. It adds the accountability factor. We must be accountable to the taxpayers, to our residents, to the people that vote for this. How do we know as voters and taxpayers that this is actually going to go to what it should do and be successful? And to answer Councilmember Hayner's question, no, I have not seen a millage that just ended prematurely just because mission somehow was accomplished sooner. So this 10 years allows us to make sure that we build in the metrics, we build in the accountability, we do what's right, and when we go back to the voters in 10 years, they will support it once again because they know what we did the first time. I just, am perplexed, by all this, and we should be trying to build support ultimately so this passes in November, just like the affordable housing millage passed. If we can get this so everybody can support it and it doesn't lose by 1 or 2% because people are freaked out by the 20 years, but they saw 10 years and say, you know what, I can live with that. That's reasonable. But if this millage goes down by 1% or 2% because it's at 20 years versus 10, we all lose. And I think what we should be trying to do here is to get a millage that passes, that gets the support of the voters. And I think a 10-year will give us a better chance at that success. And again, build in the accountability, build in the metrics, build in the trust. Because right now, I'm not sure it's all there to get this thing over the finish line. Let's market this and be able to make it succeed.
Councilmember Song.
So as I understand it, these millage efforts are supported by campaigns, campaign efforts to get the messaging out, to encourage folks to get out to vote. So clearly, I'm assuming that I have given the comments that we're all volunteering for this effort if we're in support of this millage. My question is for timing. If we're thinking about climate action similarly to how we think about infrastructure and how we plan for that work in multiple years, I don't think it's really outside of the realm of possibility of doing that approaching it in a similar way. I won't be in support of a 10-year effort. We're already, 2 years in from having Missy's work funded by the mental health millage rebate, the county rebate. So we understand how far we've come and how far we've got to go. It's clearly beyond 10 years. So I'm not in support of a 10-year.
Ms. Beaudry?
Mayor, because the charter amendment language was amended that this would be on the November ballot, I think the years are off by 1 tax year. So it should be 2023 to 2043, and the amendment would then be to 2033, because we won't be able to make the 22 tax roll with a November millage. If I can just make that administrative amendment.
I'm okay with that administrative amendment. Let's see, let's do this. Is that, perhaps this, Ms. Beaudry, let's vote on this amendment and then we'll make sure that we'll take yours separately so that there's no question. Is that all right?
I would also
Yes,
add that,
I'm sorry, I meant just like a clerical correction.
that prior to it, it describes a May election in the language prior to the body of the resolution. And I think that's okay.
Fair point. Thank you. Thank you, council member. Ms. Beaudry, if you can make all date-related modifications of the nature that you've described. Is there any objection to that in the body? I see no objection. On the amendment, Councilmember Amlawi.
Well, Ms. Beaudry just brought up the year 2033, and I think that's the same year that the Greenbelt millage expires. So I think, again, more support, get people to buy in, get this approved, so we can get to work. We need to get this millage passed, and I feel a 20-year millage out of the gate is gonna get people to vote no. And we don't have 20 years. We don't have 15. We need to act now. And the purpose of reducing this to 10 is to get this supported by the voters again. And 2033 sounds like a good year. It's already there with the Greenbelt. So I just decided to mention that again. Thanks.
Further discussion of the amendment? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Dish.
Councilmember Dish,
No.
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
Councilmember Song,
No.
Councilmember Grand,
No.
Councilmember Medina,
All right, yes.
Mayor Taylor,
No.
Councilmember Iyer,
No.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs,
No.
Councilmember Rumlawi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner,
Yes.
motion fails.
Further discussion on the main motion. Councilmember Medina.
Thank you, Mayor. And I have spoken about this in the past, and so rather than repeating a lot of the comments that I have made previously, I just want to emphasize I too would not have supported this in a May election, and so I am glad that we've moved this out to November. And I am incredibly cautious about asking residents to invest even more in our city. I do think that we're approaching a bit of a saturation rate, but in reviewing the information about this, I think that this is an incredibly important effort. And if approved, it would empower us to invest in a cleaner and more resilient future for the city by focusing on things like better basic services that residents want and need already. So like expanded compost and recycling, improved transportation infrastructure. It's going to allow us to develop more reliable and sustainable clean energy options for our community, help lower income residents and seniors save money by making their homes more energy and water efficient, improve our emergency preparedness efforts, and help to mitigate neighborhood flooding. So I think not only are all of these things critically important to our climate goals, but they are also critically important needs for our city. And so while this may get a little bit more into the second, but obviously related amendment, I wonder if Director Stoltz could talk maybe briefly a little bit more about some of the other services that this money would be utilized for, if approved.
Yeah, and so the quickest answer is it really parallels A20. So we have been working on our plans to support, you name it, expansion of the weatherization program. Right now we have a lot of Ann Arborites who are just outside the threshold to receive those types of services, and we can use this to match and really help people improve the efficiency, the health, the safety, and the comfort in their homes. We can use this to help support the transition to electrification, helping people make the right choice, which I know Councilmember Hayner has really been beating this drum for a long time, and I'm really thankful for that too. Helping people walking and biking infrastructure expansion, and I think Councilmember Griswold for naming, we need to do that the right way the first time, and so this funding can help make sure that we don't have to skimp where we can, but we can really invest in the right infrastructure at the right time. It's helping make sure that we think about, as we're, things that are pretty mundane, but as we're replacing roads, freeze-thaw cycles look different than they did before. And so how are we using the right kind of materials that might be a little bit more expensive up front, but actually can withstand the kind of climate that we're experiencing? And so we can leverage this kind of funding to do those kinds of services. And every year will be different. We looked at the first year of what we prioritized the funding for. But basically, it's everything A20 with the exception of bus electrification, which we're sprinting at federal dollars for that.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, I want to recognize Dr. Stoltz for her leadership and her advocacy, and just state one more time, we cannot be successful unless we have the operations to back that up and the staffing that's needed. I also have a question. I've worked on a number of millage campaigns. And will we have the opportunity to have some surveys done to make sure if we're listing 6 or 7 or 10 components of this millage, we want to make sure that there isn't one in there that's going to cause, say, 10% of the people to vote no. We don't want, we want to make sure that we have the building blocks to get to a yes. And the other thing I want to mention is that staff can educate about this millage, but they cannot campaign and advocate for it. And so we need to make sure that once we have a millage identified and passed, that staff is careful about what they say.
Councilmember Hayner.
We're supposed to lead with ourselves, and because I was coming on board in 2018, it just meant a lot to me when I went to this lecture, and Christiana Figueres, who they call the architect of the Paris Accord, spoke here at Rackham, and actually I think it might have been it doesn't matter. She spoke here in town. It was the day before the big climate action rally, which I had was a joy to attend. She said 5 easy things we can do to fight climate change. Cut back on eating beef. Well, I did that 32 years ago. Buy local foods that don't require fossil fuel. Sell any high carbon stocks we own. So we should look at that again with our city investments if we haven't already, and buy into renewable energy companies and support student strikes and global action. And don't be despondent about this. And so I constantly see things that we can do without a collective raising of the tax rates. And I guess we're going to move this forward and it'll be decided at the ballot box. But I'm disappointed that it seems like whenever we identify a crisis in our community, perhaps that we've created through our own inactions, that our first solution is always write a check. And so I think what we have going on here is a community that a majority of people, because of their relationship with the university and tech and other high-paying jobs and the general long-standing wealth that is our community, is people who are going to assuage their guilt over not acting early about climate change by writing a check. And it doesn't matter to somebody that they pay another $500 tax a year because they're not getting $1,290 from Social Security a month. They're going to get kicked out of their house. And so I'm sorry to all the residents who are going to be gentrified by these actions to try and make our world a better place.
Councilmember Dish.
Thank you. This millage is going to save people money. Right now, it is a known fact, statistically shown, that folks with lower incomes pay disproportionately high amounts to heat their homes. And a core piece of this millage is going to, as Dr. Stelz just said a few minutes ago, is going to be able to help more people or provide the resources to more people to weatherize their homes. And that in itself is huge, and it saves people money. This another thing that this millage is going to do is spread basic city services like composting and recycling more equitably. Right now, we're doing a very good job compost and recycling for single-family homes, and I am not saying that as a denigration. I totally respect the work that our solid waste area does, but we have not figured out how to do this well for multifamily homes. Either one of those. We also can't afford to extend composting to commercial, to businesses. Think of all the restaurants we have. We should be carting off those food scraps and either getting them into compost or taking them to farms and feeding them to pigs. There's so much we can do to recapture the value that's in the things that we waste right now. And this is what this millage will pay for. It will pay for things that actually add and create value. This is not just a virtue tax, if that's the way people are thinking about it. It is a move that is going to save people money. It's going to make it easier, help people buy electric stoves, and we can reduce indoor air pollution, which is awful. The other thing that this millage will allow us to do is get big into offsets. And Adam Simon at the university has given a couple of talks. I wrote about one 2 summers ago where he talks about these behavioral changes are slow. They take a long time to make a dent, but you can offset a ton of your emissions with money, with large amounts of money. And that then gives you time to create the infrastructure and the culture for behavioral change. This is what we need this millage for. This is what we need 20 years for.
Councilmember Amali.
I appreciate the enthusiasm Councilmember Dish brings to the conversation on this, but the reality is it's a drop in the bucket. Ann Arbor is just one little tiny speck on a giant blue ball. So we have to be cognizant of that. You know, this problem is going to have to be solved by China, India, United States, and many other big nations. Yes, we need to do our part, but I'm concerned. I'm concerned that this millage may not get passed. That first, again, like I just said, 20 years. I think, you know, as Councilmember Redina said, we're at a saturation point. And so who knows what the economy is going to be like next year, but I know a lot of people are struggling. When we talk about expanding compost, it's already going to be done this year, from what I understand from the city staff. They sent us the memo a few weeks ago that this year we have the money in the budget to do composting year round. So if somebody can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but we're going to be doing that already. Also, it just goes back to me to think about, where do we put our money first? It's as if we have a bunch of debt. We got to pay down those high interest credit cards first. Unfortunately, composting is very low on the emissions percentage-wise and the cost that it's going to take to deal with that. So correct me if I'm wrong again, but it's under 1.5% of our carbon emissions, but yet costs a lot of money to run that program. You know, we don't talk enough about reducing our consumption. We don't. Everybody here, myself at times included, just think we're gonna buy ourselves out of something. We're not. There's no buying another planet. There's no buying things that are gone.
Councilmember Briggs.
I do not disagree with council members that suggest that there is a great deal of individual action and individual responsibility that will make progress for our community. But the reality is that around the council table here, we are talking about the actions that government can take. And there is a lot of work that needs to be done and a lot of investments need to be made to make progress on this. You know, I too am concerned about how making sure that our community remains a place that is affordable, or is a place that is affordable for everybody to be able to access. We know that we're getting more expensive. We know that that's why parts of our climate action plan talk about you know, building additional housing, creating additional transportation options, because transportation is the second highest cost in individual budgets. But we've also taken meaningful action this year, and we can do more of this in terms of looking at our tax exemption guidelines. So as you will recall, that we voted to set new income limits at 2.5 times the federal poverty levels, raising the personal asset limit from $25,000 to $50,000. We've taken meaningful action to make sure that the burden to those who are paying property taxes at the lowest income level have some relief in our community. And we'll have to continue to look at that. We may need to continue to raise that threshold to make sure that our community is affordable to live in. But that doesn't stop us and stop our responsibility from taking meaningful action here and making sure that we have the resources to actually implement our plans. Otherwise, we have adopted a beautiful plan, but you know, that it's not meaningful unless we are able to fund it.
Councilmember Dish.
Myself?
Councilmember, you are inaudible.
Correct. I will just say very quickly that yes, Councilmember Ramali, Ramali, you are right. There will be an extension of compost service through the winter months, 1 tip per month in the winter months. That is an extension, not an expansion. The program is not getting, we're not adding more people. We're not adding more carts. We're not adding, or, you know, maybe we will. We did last winter. That would be fabulous if we could again. But that is not bringing in multifamily households to the program. And 40% of greenhouse gases are involved in the consumption economy, which includes stuff that gets composted, stuff that gets recycled, stuff that gets bought. So the figures on the tiny contribution that composting makes are not correct. They are not taking into account scope 3 emissions. When you do that, you see that the things that we are talking about in strategy 5, which we have made very little progress towards so far, those things are big, but they are the behavioral changes. And I'm not talking about buying our way out of this or buying another planet. I am certainly aware of that, but there is what you can achieve right up front through offsets, and then there is what takes this slow behavioral, cultural, and infrastructural change. And I am so in it for the long term, and that is why I want a 20-year millage, and I want it yesterday.
Further discussion? In closing, I guess I'd like to express my enthusiasm as well. I think we all understand that. Let me get my clock started. I think we all understand that the problem will not be solved by our community alone, but I also think that that inaction is irresponsible. And I also think that our action in this regard, the creation of the 820 plan already has inspired others to take action and take note. The proposal of a millage, the passing of a millage to support that plan will further that work. And you know, we often like to think that of Ann Arbor as on the front foot, and in some respects that's not quite there, but in this respect it is. And I'm just so delighted that we're able to take this step, that we're able to present to the voters a set of proposals that will, as Councilmember Dish indicated, provide real value for the dollar to all of our residents, which will which will swiftly save residents money through government programs. That's what we're here to do, and that's what we will do. I will say further that with incredible and profound gratitude that none of this is possible without staff. The work in the office of OSI. I mentioned Dr. Stoltz, of course, but understand that she's standing on several shoulders there. That the work of the office is in the process of transforming our government and inspiring the community itself to transform. And I couldn't be more grateful and proud of them. Further discussion? Roll call vote, please start. Councilmember Rowley, you have used up your time. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Dish.
Councilmember Dish?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Song?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Medina?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Motion carries.
DC4, resolution of intent on the use and administration of the community climate action millage, moved by Councilmember Medina, second by Councilmember Dish. Discussion, please, of DC4. Councilmember Nelson.
I appreciate that this has been moved to November, and I believe that we have a little more time to have a bit more community discussion about this specific resolution of intent. I would like to move to postpone this resolution and send it to the Energy Commission and the Environmental Commission. I actually had some conversations with some members of those commissions, and it just felt like this was in their wheelhouse. And so that's, I propose that we postpone this to a meeting in February, I don't know which one, so that there's an opportunity for them to discuss it at their January meetings.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Griswold. Discussion of the postponement. Councilmember Nelson.
That's about it. I don't know when those commissions meet. I don't know whether it's something that they would like to discuss more. We have a lot of time now. We could postpone it to March if liaisons to those commissions have some idea about how they want to set up a subcommittee or something. It just feels like this is something that is exactly why we have our commissions set up to advise us.
Dr. Stoltz?
Just wanted to add to the discourse that the January meeting of the Energy Commission is a working session, so they won't be taking any action on vote, if that is useful information.
Do you know when the February February meeting is?
It'll be the second Tuesday of the month, and if you give me a second, I will tell you that exact day. Should be the 8th. Yep, it's the 8th of February.
Okay.
Mayor, I think we're Tuesday, the 22nd, due to President's Day.
All right. So Councilor Nelson, is Tuesday the 22nd the date of the postponement? I didn't track it. My apologies.
I didn't actually peg a date. What?
Sorry, that's the second meeting in February.
Perhaps a postponement to the second meeting in February then.
So February 22nd, that's it, Jackie?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And
Is there
as part of that postponement, can it be sent to those commissions to get some input?
Yes.
Okay.
Is there I got my brain went a flurry. Was there a second on that?
Griswold.
Second.
Councilmember Griswold seconded the postponement.
Thank you. All right. So postponement to the second meeting in February for the purpose of Environmental Commission and Energy Commission providing some input. On the postponement, perhaps this can be swift in time of the, I think this is generally uncontroversial. Councilmember Romali.
Thank you. I'd ask for more time on this. I don't think there's some sort of statutory requirement to have this done anytime soon. We might have some troubles with some commissions meeting because of the vaccine mandate and being in person. We have a lot of work sessions to begin the year. I don't even know if both, I think these commissions should probably see this twice, not just at one meeting, but perhaps two meetings. I would suggest, pushing this back to maybe sometime in March or April to give enough time, soak time to really let them, have some influence on this and come back with something. We're not in a big rush.
Councilmember Griswold.
I think February is reasonable, but what I wanted to speak to is that there is a methodology to passing a millage, and we've been very fortunate in the past, but this is a very, very heavy lift. I was one of the advocates for the $250 million millage bond that built Skyline High School, and a lot of research was done. And I hope that we will take the time to do that, because I'm also concerned about the 20 years. And if this does not succeed, we're going to be off by at least 6 months, if not another year. So I would just caution that we need to be very methodical.
Councilmember Hayner.
I'll support a postponement. Will we have an opportunity to, what do you suppose is the best way to put forward the questions that we'll want to have answered potentially by these committees? I know that they're on energy. There's a challenge of the municipal ownership, the people power versus SEU versus whatever method we're going to use to potentially reach strategy 1 and so on. Is that the kind of thing that we expect these groups to weigh in on? If so, that's an important application of this postponement, and I will support it. I just
I
think,
guess if you have questions as to what the commissions could or should be, or recommendations to what you'd like them to look at, I would channel them through Dr. Stoltz, who'll get them to the two committees.
well, I'll do that if this passes.
Or do whatever you wish.
Yeah, and just in response to that, I would say the use resolution mirrors A20 in that space. And so there isn't extreme specificity, but there is more specificity. And so it would be helpful to understand the specific questions we want the commissions to take up because they've already supported A20 and the strategies in it. So that detail will be helpful for me.
Councilmember Briggs.
Yeah, that's a little bit my question as well as one of the liaisons to Energy Commission. I mean, I'm looking at this use, and it's really laying out sort of the strategies that are in the A20 plan, and so, and stressing that for example, point number 2, that the millage to the fullest extent possible will be used to advance equity by ensuring Ann Arbor's low-income residents and communities of color are centered at the creation and implementation of the climate action programs. I mean, the reality is that, I mean, I'm not sure that it's more discussion is always good, but the point of this millage is to implement our climate action plan. So I would welcome some more feedback from Councilmember Nelson about what you would expect to how Energy Commission might weigh in on this in a productive way, or Environmental Commission. What were you thinking?
Can I respond to that? Do you want?
Yeah. Well, I guess Councilmember Ira Raleigh, any objection to that? Councilmember?
Sure. So I've had conversation with members of the commission, and I know that there's a range of opinions about it, but municipal power is a topic that they are talking about. And I know that they were not consulted or included in conversations about the SEU, and that was somewhat surprising to them to have that sort of sprung on them. And I feel like this is an opportunity to be a little bit more inclusive and allow them to participate in a discussion. I know that to me that, for instance, if we do move forward, as it looks like we will move forward with a feasibility study for municipal public power, the finances of that look different as the years go by. When you're spending the money either front loading and at the tail end of it, municipalities that have found that they're saving money because they've invested or pursued a municipal public power. So, I mean, these are in the weeds questions that I have conversations with others about, but I am less personally informed about myself. And so I am asking that the people who are dedicating time to this issue wrestle with it a little bit on to help us. So that's what I'm looking for.
Councilmember Ira on the postponement.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of it. I think that what's before us, as Dr. Stoltz said, closely tracks with A20, which is a plan that was thoroughly engaged with by these commissions and the community at large, and which passed unanimously by council. What we are losing, it's been said that we have tons of time. We don't. We have, a matter of several months to communicate to residents what this millage will pay for and how the tangible benefits that they will receive from it. This postponement means we lose 2 to 3 months of that education. And as somebody who has worked on a lot of millage campaigns, that's really significant. So this really feels like reinventing the wheel. And I'm very comfortable passing this tonight because it mirrors A20, which has already been vetted and passed.
Councilmember Amawi.
Well, I'm here for education. I got a list of questions here if Councilmember Iyer wants to respond to them, so I can get out there and educate my constituents. Here's a few. What are the measures of success? How much will go into materials versus installation? What proportion of administrative expenses will be included in each? Which of these programs is already budgeted for? There are many questions. We're just speaking in vague terms. I mean, the specific actions that are listed here are very vague. For me, it's just like, we're gonna throw a bunch of money in and hopefully something sticks. And I guess that's all right when it's taxpayer dollars. But I would want to have some accountability and some metrics and some answers and some assurities to some of these questions. Because right now, there's a lot of fill in the blanks, and there's not a whole lot to go on. Buzzwords, but you got $7 million here, and I'm all about it. I'm all for it. But we need more detail. So if you can explain to some of these answers to me now or later, that'd be great, because I need to tell them to my constituents, ones who really care about climate, ones who've been doing it way before it was trendy. So, you know, I just ask that, you know, that we fill in the blanks here so we can get this millage passed. And then we can have success. Because what I see right here, throw a bunch of money at things and hopefully something works.
Councilmember Dish.
As a member of the Environmental Commission, I'm really confident that we have had several discussions, even in the short term that I've been on the commission, with Dr. Stultz around both the provisions and the principles of the A20 plan. And the Environmental Commission has offered feedback at every stage, and the Environmental Commission is working away on initiatives that this millage would fund. So while I'm sure if you wanted them to look at it, they would be happy to, but they've really already vetted and endorsed this. And I think that they would probably prefer that we all have what we need to get started with messaging, which is going to be the big thing that we need to be doing. So I really don't support the postponement, and it's not because I don't believe in participation. It's that I believe that we've had the Environmental Commission has had it.
Councilmember Grant.
Thanks. Right. When I read this language, I look at it as potential, right? We're not locking ourselves into spending X dollars on A, B, or C, because we know that A20, well, you know, based in sound science, is a living document. You know, and I was initially thinking that, you know, postponement sounded reasonable, until it seemed like the motivation was largely about this municipal power discussion, which, you know, anyway, I have feelings about. So so I don't know if Dr. Stultz could give us just a little more background on this language and you know, the potential, or Mr. Thomas perhaps, but I understand it mirrors the A20 plan, but is it also true that A20 is a living document, and so this could shift and change over time?
Yeah, I'll take the first part, and then Attorney Thomas, if you want to pop in. So it mirrors the A20 plan, and because it's over a long period of time, 10 years, 20 years, whatever the millage ends up being, that there's the use resolution is meant to mirror that each year. And so there would obviously be the budget. We'd go through the budgeting process. You would see that. So you would know exactly what the millage was being spent on year over year. But we wanted to provide the flexibility because what we invest in year one will be different, you know, proportionally than what we invest in year 19, the millage. And so that flexibility was important. I do also want to point out that in the renewable energy category, one thing that is not in A20, but to Councilmember Nelson's point, is thinking about power and how we generate it, including municipal power. So it doesn't explicitly state the path, but we put it in the use resolution regardless of where the community goes. So we have that flexibility to move forward. So I just wanted to name that. That's the only thing that's a little bit different than what's in A20.
Okay, thank you. And I would assume that as we move forward on the budgeting process, that these commissions would want to weigh in on how we spend that money as well. So it would be probably more of an iterative process, just like we're hearing from some boards and commissions about, how we want to spend ARPA right now.
Councilmember Briggs.
Yeah, so thank you to Councilmember Nelson for explaining a little bit more your thoughts on this. I mean, I think the Energy Commission is working hard to come up with a recommendation for council around the feasibility study, and that should be coming back to us in January. And so those discussions are happening, and I think we're going to be getting some good recommendations on that. I don't think this is necessarily the place to further that conversation. To Councilmember Romali's point, it seems, I don't think that you're wrong in the sense that there are still a lot of questions about this, and but I don't know that the Energy Commission or Environmental Commission would necessarily be equipped to answer those questions. It seems to me that some of them at least are mostly staff questions, and I think that we might want to be able to think about, what questions we have for staff that could help flesh out how, from a practical standpoint, how this might get utilized in the first couple of years, so that it would provide the community with a better sense of what this looks like in a meaning, at the beginning of the process. And I do think that our community deserves to have those answers. I think they deserve to have more substance than this. I just don't know that our commissions are equipped to answer the type of questions that you were posing, Councilmember Romali.
Councilmember Nelson.
I was searching when I was talking about this millage and the resolution of intent with people this weekend, I was trying to locate an email that I think we received from Mayor Taylor about plans for spending it, and it was quite a bit more specific than any of the documents that I can find on Legistar. I mean, a detail that I remember was an amount of money that was directed specifically to CAN, I think, to administer a specific resilience center. And I guess I would like some help in finding that document again, or maybe somebody can refresh my memory about what I'm remembering, or maybe I'm misremembering. Because what we're really talking about here is the amount of information that people are looking at ahead of voting for this millage. That's what we're talking about. We're not disputing the fact that money needs to be invested in this, but we're just talking about how well people are going to understand what they're voting for.
Councilmember Griswold.
I think it's critical that we do survey research. If we simply say we're going to fund A20, I don't think 50% of the public even supports or understands A20. And I don't mean to be negative, but there will be organized opposition to this. There are other millages that are coming along, including AAATA, and I think we need to be very strategic about how we bring this millage forward, or it will not be successful.
Further discussion of the postponement? I have you having spoken twice in the postponement, council member. Is that correct or incorrect?
It doesn't matter. I'll be beating a dead horse.
Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Dish.
Councilmember Dish?
We are voting for
Councilmember Dish,
postponement.
this is on the postponement.
Yes, no,
I'm sorry, would you?
correct. On the postponement, I am voting no.
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
Councilmember Song,
No.
Councilmember Grand,
No.
Councilmember Redina,
No.
Mayor Taylor,
No.
Councilmember Iyer,
No.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs,
No.
Councilmember Ramlawi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner,
Yes.
motion fails.
Further discussion of the main motion? Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah. It's clear that what we have going here is a full bore PR campaign that's gonna move forward to try and sell this millage. And, you know, that's why we wouldn't postpone it, because we need every minute to influence the voters. And that's great if you're really into this millage, and I'm sure a lot of you are, obviously. I find these strategies and specific actions a little vague. But I mean, when you look through what's happening here, I find it a little disturbing. I think if this passes as it is, people will take a look at it and say, really, $1 million a year for that, $1 million a year for this, and $1 million a year for bike lanes? Are we gonna undo the spending we're giving Dr. Stoltz's office from the mental health millage, or is the county gonna come back and ask for a county mental health millage again, because they're not getting the services we need out of the city of Ann Arbor, because we're spending ours on bike lanes and OSI? Are we gonna undo that in our budget, council? I ask the body. Are we gonna define this in such a way through our PR efforts that it details groups in our community that stand to benefit from this funding, and thereby creates a inherent mass of voters enough to pass this, and they know that they have to get out there and support it, or their group, their special interest, their social service organization isn't going to get this millage money that's coming to them? Because that's kind of what people see when they see these strategies. The strategy 5, maybe that's going to RAA Ecology Center. Strategy 1, we're not sure. We don't even know if we're going to own those solar panels that are going to be shared on our microgrid roofs. That's an answer that I haven't gotten yet. Strategy 6, that's going to go to social service support groups, and so on and so on. So it kind of looks like these breakdowns are designed to create a positive voter base for this, and that's how it's written. That's how it's going to go down. I'm gonna vote no on this too. I think the voters can, you know, the voters will get their 7 postcards or whatever it's going to be, and decide for themselves. It's going to be a lot on that ballot, and you know, we'll see what they think. You know, it's one thing to support a millage like the Housing Commission millage, because we're going to see something built. It's another thing to support a millage that talks in loose terms about what we're going to try and do to solve a global catastrophe. We have a La Palma volcano going off in the ocean and outside of Spain, and there's a lot going on that this isn't going to help. I'm sorry to say.
Councilmember Amlawi.
Yeah, unfortunately, the recent actions that we took here tonight, I think, have jeopardized the success of this millage. There will be a cloud of suspicion as to the process that it was brought to us and then to the voters. Both of these resolutions, this one and the prior one, did not appear on our agenda until Wednesday, maybe Tuesday. Very little time to get questions in, to disseminate it to others. We've rushed it. I think there was a sense that, hey, we better put this till November, because if we have it in May, it might not succeed at all. So I thought that was a wise decision. But this use and intent resolution doesn't need to be rushed. There's so little appetite for buy-in on conversations. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just maybe folks just think when we want to refer these things that we're procrastinating, dragging our feet. For me, it's about buy-in. You know, I remember, in fact, when I brought a resolution for snow clearing this time last year, that I had to have that resolution sent down to transportation for a pilot program in the downtown. When Jeff Hayner brought something up about vegetation, it took a year in the Disabilities Commission and others to clear it before we can approve it. Here we have something where we're going to be spending $7 million for 20 years, $140 million, without even having a track record of doing any of these things yet. And we can't take the time to allow buy-in, trust, and faith, and some skin in the game for this to succeed. I hope you all are right. I hope your strategy is right. But I got an inclination that you might have rushed things. And if this thing passes, it's not going to be a 70-30. You know, it's not. And I'm not going to get on there in every corner. I'm sorry. I got a day job and everything else. I'm not out there, doing other things. Okay. I barely have time for my own self. So this thing needs to sell on its merits. This needs to be solid, good government policy making. And what I'm experiencing is not that.
Councilmember Medina.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I'm going to preemptively apologize because this is also not likely on the merits of the motion before us, but I want to address a question that was asked by my colleague, Councilmember Hayner, which I think a piece of which is a common repetition of something that is not accurate, which is that we are spending as a city mental health millage funding on things that are not mental health. If folks remember correctly, it was a mental health and public safety millage. I want to correct the record here. We do not receive a rebate for the mental health portion of that millage. Mental health dollars are being spent on mental health by the county. Because we provide our own public safety, we did not receive, or we do receive a rebate for the public safety portion of that millage. Rather than investing that money into additional police, we chose to invest that money in other priorities, something that we stated as a council prior to it passing. So wanted to clear the record up. Mental health money is being used for mental health services. And I think it's important for the public's trust to know that.
Councilmember Briggs.
Thank you. That was one of the pieces that I was going to point to as well. I think further that, those portion of that public safety rebate was dedicated to areas where we knew we had a lot of work to do and we were under-resourced on. As we bring in additional resources, if something like this millage passes, I think there are opportunities to be able to reallocate funding from it's general fund dollars, but to consider how we be able to use general fund dollars on other projects. There are a couple of other points I wanted to make, which I have now promptly forgotten. I will let others pass to Councilmember Griswold.
Councilmember Griswold.
I'm going to be voting for this because I think it's important to let the voters decide. But I think that we need to face reality. And worst case, this is an arrogant act by a dysfunctional group. And that's how some perceive us. Now, we're going to get the vote of the students. But I really have concerns about being able to build up the level of community support that we need to pass this. And A20 is not looked upon favorably just as a term, and to not do any survey research and just go based on our past success is very problematic for me. And I've been approached already. There will be organized opposition to this. And so we're going to be in trouble if we don't do it right.
Councilmember Song.
Well, can you speak to how your work in your office impacts the community at large, specifically on your DEI work, and how even here in Ann Arbor we've spoken before about environmental racism in our community. Can you elaborate a little bit about that and the needs for additional funding to support that current work and to extend that, because environmental racism and the impacts of climate change probably won't be remedied in 10, 20, 50 years.
Yeah, thank you for the question, which is not a small one, and not being prepared to go into detail. You're going to get what's front of mind, the kind of initiatives that we're working on, especially around kind of DEI and environmental justice work. So a few things to name are our work in the Bryant neighborhood to make that the first decarbonized community in all of America. And that is our largest concentration of kind of low income BIPOC residents. And that's all about working with the residents themselves to design what equitable decarbonization looks like. And all of the grants we've secured so far are staying in the neighborhood to pay for people's time. Using the principle of targeted universalism, if we figure out how to solve the climate crisis in a way that centers those neighbors, we're going to figure out how to do that in Burns Park and scale this throughout the whole city. And so that's kind of one initiative that's really centering people and their concerns. Another is this kind of continuing with the Justice 40 initiative that we commit to centering equity, but also in the dollars. So at least 40% of the dollars should go to address our lowest income, kind of most energy burdened residents. We have a lot of people that are paying more than 6% of their income on energy related expenses, and that's considered an energy burden. That's actually considered a pretty extreme energy burden. And those households tend to be the leakiest, the draftiest. And so anything that we can do through the millage to help lower those expenses by doing efficiency and weatherization work doesn't just save money, it improves health, comfort, safety, well-being for the people in those homes, and then that frees up capital that they can invest in other things. So that's part of the millage. And then I don't know why, but this is in my head, I just want to name this. We are organizing an event with the neighborhood associations on January 19th to talk about racial covenants and their history, so that we can also start daylighting some of the issues that exist that people don't see all the time, to understand that history and try to rectify it too. So that's part of the work, which is a softer, it's really more education, but that's also a really critical piece. And I don't think I did your question justice, but that's just what was front of mind.
No, I appreciate that. I mean, you talk about city services, but I would also hope to think that we're investing in not just infrastructure, but a cultural change and how we prioritize our goals in the city. So thank you.
Councilmember Briggs.
Yeah, thank you. I remember what I was going to my comment, which is that, there's the language that's being used at the table tonight. I guess it's intentional, but it's the clouds that's being created is being created here tonight. The language around an arrogant act by an arrogant body. I mean, there's some really concerning language discussing moving forward a plan that was unanimously adopted by this body, by this community that has had extensive buy-in from our commissions, Environmental Commission, Energy Commission, in the formulation. And this is what the intent of this statement says. So I don't think we need greater buy-in when it comes to the intent. We need maybe greater detail. And I think that some of the questions that Councilmember Romlawis asked, I think we should be getting additional information so that we can educate ourselves and educate the community as we go on about how the resources will be spent. But there has been actually an extensive amount of, you talk about buy-in. There has been, I've heard from this table in previous meetings that there was concern about this proposal going forward to the voters in May instead of November. And what you see before you is the mayor listening to that and responding and putting forward a different proposition to build greater buy-in from this body. So that's happening. It's just not being acknowledged.
Councilmember Griswold.
I think it's very important that we are objective, that we look in the mirror and that we assess the situation. And we tend to be surrounded by people who are more affluent, who are politically engaged, and are more likely to support an additional millage. I voted for 820. I also took the time to amend 820 twice. However, let's make sure we're moving forward with our eyes wide open and we're able to sell this. We don't want to be commiserating come November because we weren't as objective as we should have been.
Councilmember Dish.
Dr. Stelz, I want to add two things to your list and correct me if I'm wrong. But there's a composting pilot at High Cone between CAN and Chewy Labs. I think that's another thing that you're supporting. And there's an energy project in Arrowwood, which I think maybe you have a detail that, but I think it's doing a neighborhood. Well, help on that one if you, or we'll just call it an energy project in Arrowwood. Which is, as anyone knows who's canvassed there, very sunny.
Further discussion? Councilmember Umlawi.
Thank you. You know, I was one of the council members who did vote for 820. But in those discussions, we didn't talk about a 20-year 1 mil tax. Now, I don't want to reinvent the wheel and say, let's do it all over again, because that's a very extensive set of documents and goals and work that was gone into that. But what we see here today, with all due respect, is too loose. We're playing it fast and loose. We're asking for $140 million without a work plan, without something that has accountability to it, metrics to it, and definitions to it. You know, a vote for 820 was not a vote to raise taxes. I don't see very much here about reducing our consumption. Recently, I read that anywhere from 21 to 37% of CO2 emissions come from food production. Of that 21 to 37%, 70% of it is from cattle. I don't see any mention here of, hey folks, pass on that half-pound burger once in a while, you know? Forgo that, you know, milkshake or whatever. I mean, there's just, again, there's a sense that I have, and it's just me, that we're going to be somehow washing our conscience with this 1 mil because we're paying something so we can go on and continue to do what we do. I see it all the time. I see people talking about it, and then they hop a plane to Chicago. You know what I mean? I see it everywhere because they think they're
Council member.
You know, so unfortunately, the way this is tonight, I can't support it. Thank you.
Councilmember Adina.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I guess I maybe view this a little bit differently than my colleague. I mean, when I read through this, I see this as high-level guidelines. These are buckets of the types of things that we're going to spend this money on. That doesn't mean that there's not more detail. Obviously, there's going to be more detail into how each and every dollar and cent is spent throughout the course of, if we are lucky enough to have this pass and have this additional revenue that we can invest in this plan, we're obviously going to get more detail, or we're obviously going to have to be spending it on much more specific things than the bullet points that are laid out here as high-level guidelines. And so I guess my question is to Dr. Stoltz, I mean, are you anticipating that you're going to put together a more extensive strategic plan on how these dollars would be spent? Are the questions that have been asked by my colleague that I do think are, like Councilmember Briggs, I think are reasonable questions for council to ask, but not necessarily pertinent to the high level bucketed items. Is that all coming, and do you anticipate a timeline on when we'll receive that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So two things to that. One, simple answer is yes, absolutely. I mean, we have to go through, we can do that whenever you want, but we have to go through the budgeting process regardless if we're lucky enough to be trusted. You know, the taxpayers trust us with this. And so every year we will be doing that budget that indicates how we're going to spend those in detail. The second is we actually already have a lot of it, because when we adopted A20, we did a line item for every single action in A20, and we looked at what's operational cost, what's staffing cost, year over year, what it would take. So it's actually something that we can pull together. You know, I want to put some intentionality and additional structure behind it, but we have a foundation for that to move forward. And the metrics, we have it in A20. So it's about breaking those metrics down year over year, because we adopted the high level, and we had SMART goals in A20. That was one thing, you know, council really encouraged us to do, and is in the plan.
Thanks. And just very briefly, in addition to that, I guess I'll just say I am comfortable voting for this tonight, moving this forward, because like I said, I view this as kind of the starting point. I think it is responsible for us to tell the community as we are voting to put a millage on the ballot, high level, how we intend to spend those. And as more details become public, or become available, we will release those to the public as well. But I don't think we start this process by saying we're putting a millage on the ballot, but we're not telling you how we're going to use any of this money, even high level, even if additional details are coming later. I think we can do both. And so I'm going to support this tonight and look forward to more information as Dr. Stoltz continues to do the exceptional work she does, along with her team. Thanks.
Councilmember Iyer.
Thank you. The idea was, oh.
No, I think you're back. Sorry.
Okay, sorry, it's my AirPod. The idea that passing A20 was not a vote to raise taxes just defies logic. I mean, as Dr. Stoltz pointed out, it was passed with the full knowledge of what implementing it might cost. And, you know, unless the idea was to pass it for field goals and then let it sit on the shelf, you know, the intent all along must have been to have to raise taxes and fund it. And I fully support that. This is something that enjoys wide support in the community, and I don't want this plan to just sit on the shelf. And we can't just let it sit on the shelf and pat ourselves on the back that we passed this plan. We have to implement it, and I'm going to do everything I can to try to educate voters and residents about the real benefits that they will receive. This is not pie in the sky. This is not. This has nothing to do with volcanoes in Spain or whatever someone said earlier. This has to do with real city services that people will receive that are going to be beneficial for the planet.
Further discussion of the use resolution? For my part, I of course am supportive of the use resolution. The use resolution is, as far as these things go, itself, even it is on its face more detailed than your regular use a standard use resolution. And furthermore, because it references the A20 plan, which, as Dr. Stoltz has very ably indicated, was the result of substantial community engagement, substantial commission engagement, full-throated support from this council, an incredibly detailed plan that includes metrics and timings and work plans and goals and what it takes to achieve those goals, and anticipated funding, anticipated costs. There's an incredible amount of work that's been done by staff, this council, and our volunteer commissioners and the community at large to get us where we are today. And the suggestion that this is and to say otherwise is simply not accurate. and frankly does a discredit to the work that has been performed so ably by so many. We have an opportunity here to provide an incredibly a suite of services to residents that is incredibly beneficial to them on the regular, and does our part to fight climate change. We will achieve through this millage and through the further implementation of A20 community-wide carbon neutrality in a manner that provides tangible benefits to ourselves and does our part what it is our greatest global challenge. I don't think you can ask more from a local government. I am excited about the prospect. There will be a full-throated, detailed, and objective campaign. I will be involved in it, and I'm myself fully committed to it. And I couldn't be more excited about talking to voters about the good things that we can have, and the good things that we can do through the A20 program. I would encourage council members to adopt that level of positivity as they move forward here. This is an opportunity for us to have a great community success, and I fully believe that we will. Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Dish.
Councilmember Dish?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Song?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Redina?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner? Councilmember Hayner?
Councilmember Hayner had a family emergency. I think he stepped away. He sent us an email. He had a family emergency.
The motion carries.
DC5, resolution to encourage and accelerate the use of low embodied carbon building materials in construction. Moved by Councilmember Briggs, seconded by Councilmember Redina. Discussion, please, of DC5. Councilmember Griswold.
I know that Councilmember Hayner had to step away, but I do have a question about why he's not a co-sponsor of this, because this is an area where he's talked about this many times over his term. And so I'm just wondering if he was involved in this at all.
Councilmember Redina or
I can answer that, and I assume Councilmember Briggs will speak to it as well. But this is coming to us from the Energy Commission, and it is work that the Energy Commission did, and Councilmember Briggs and I are bringing it forward from them, and so that's why we are listed as the sponsors.
Councilmember Briggs.
Yes, correct. So I think we welcome additional council sponsors, but there was not a intent to exclude. It was just simply the where it came from. So this was a resolution. You'll see the kind of full one attached to the Legistar that the Energy Commission passed, but essentially, Energy Commission passed this in July, I believe, and we've worked to make it a little bit more implementable in terms of how we might take next steps in terms of taking a look at our own building and trying to use low embodied carbon materials where possible when it doesn't increase the cost or delay of those projects, but at least beginning to ask those questions, I think will be important for our own city work. well, I assume everybody has read all of the result clauses, so I won't go into each and every one of them, but a fair amount of this is working to send a signal to the market that this is important work that needs to be done. The reality is that it's going to take a while for the market to get to where we want it to be, but that we can be influential as a leader in our community, and also provide the resources to those who are doing work in our community. There are strong guides that have been developed, and that we can make those available and readily accessible to those who are doing building, and try to see these projects move forward. I'll let Councilmember Radina may have more to add.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you for the commission and the sponsors bringing this to council. As Councilmember Griswold has said, this is something that's been talked about quite a bit, and maybe not exactly like it's being presented tonight. I just quickly want to be added as a sponsor and just thank the people that made it easy for me just to do that. And unfortunately, Councilmember Hayner's not here to add himself if he wanted to, but I appreciate again the work and the direction that this has taken, and just wanted to be added as a sponsor. Thank you.
Councilmember Radina.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor, and I just wanted to first, I guess, thank Councilmember Briggs, because while we are both liaisons to the Energy Commission, she really carried this one to us here after the Energy Commission did the initial work and worked with staff to make sure that this was something that was ready to bring to the council table. I also really want to emphasize the good work that the Energy Commission did itself, and thank them for their patience, even sometimes begrudging patience with us as we brought this to you, because it was not necessarily, there were a lot of other things that came up that delayed this getting to this point tonight. And so I just want to thank them for their work and their patience. And then the last thing that I want to emphasize is actually in the content. Something that we really wanted to make sure we emphasized, and that was a topic of discussion at the commission level and afterwards, was really about the point that this is not something that we encourage if it compromises the construction's integrity or safety. And I think that's really important to point out, because I think we wanted to make clear that while we are taking these tangible steps to implement decarbonization, they are not coming at the expense of cost or safety in a building project. And so people can continue to be confident in the developments that take place here in the city if this passes. Thanks.
Councilor Griswold.
I'd like to be listed as a co-sponsor, and while I don't have the power to add Councilmember Hayner's name to this, I do want to acknowledge all of the work that he has done in this area. And I know that sometimes when I've had personal conversations with him, he's brought this up. So I want to thank him for educating me and for keeping this forefront. Thank you.
Councilmember Briggs.
Thanks. I should have mentioned this in my initial comments. I also just wanted to very specifically thank Chair Mirsky, who has been an incredible champion for this, and really working with partners like AIA of Huron Valley and the Global CO2 Initiative at the University of Michigan. Those are some really key partners that have been working on the guidebook, but also working to move this forward. And so I just wanted to make sure I acknowledge them tonight.
Councilmember Dish.
I would like to be added as a co-sponsor.
Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. DC 6, resolution requesting the DDA to extend the curbside carryout program until May 31, 2022. Moved by Councilmember Lawley, second by Councilmember Briggs. Discussion, please, of DC 6.
Thank you. I'm bringing this forward because the DDA has decided to end the curbside bag meter program it deployed days after COVID broke out in March of 2020. As we know, many variants now have evolved, and we are still under constant stress in all sorts of ways, public safety being one, but that has had manifested itself into many different other things. This resolution simply asks the DDA to continue the curbside parking program in concert with its repurposed on-street parking program, which is tied to the sidewalk occupancy permit calendar. And that would extend it until the end of May. This would give downtown businesses an extended lifeline to the carry out and to go business. I can just speak for myself. That is one part of the business that has gone up and has stayed up. We do not have the dine-in business that we had before COVID. We do not have many downtown employees working in the downtown area. People are coming from outside of downtown in many cases to support our downtown businesses. It's cold out, it's snowy, it's wet, and as much as we like to promote cycling, the fact of the matter is most people are using an internal combustion engine at times, some electric, but mostly on 4 wheels to come and get their provisions. So I've asked the city attorney whether I have a conflict of interest here. I would like to recuse myself from this vote to not make it seem like there's a conflict of interest in this matter. But I think I add a valuable perspective for the downtown community and what we're experiencing. And I'm here every day, sometimes 14 hours a day. So I have a pretty good idea of how things are down here. So I will recuse myself if the body allows me to in this matter.
Yeah, that's not how it works. You can't recuse yourself. You can request the body. There is no conflict, and we've told you that. Now there is a rule that says that you can ask the body that
I did. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't hear. I did ask the body.
You can ask the body if you believe that your vote on this that you have other obligations or other things so that you can't vote on it, and if that's your position, then you can ask the body and they can recuse you.
And so I do ask the body.
There a motion to recuse the council member moved by Briggs Radina. Discussion.
And just so I'm clear, Mayor, it's Council Ethic Rule 4. We spend a lot of time on ethics rules, and a council member may be excused if the council member asserts that he or she has a personal relationship with the matter at issue that impairs his or her exercise of independence of judgment on the matter or creates a situation with conflicting fiduciary duties. That's the rule. And to the extent that the council member has stated that he believes that this is met, you can certainly rule on that.
Is there any discussion? As a matter of courtesy, I'm happy to vote in favor of it. I will say I don't believe there's any conflict whatsoever, and I don't want this extension, this recusal to lead others to suggest who might be similarly situated in some parallel way that there is some expectation that they do so. This council member has asked to be recused. That's fine with me. But bottom line is there is no conflict, no conflicting duties, no, in my view, harm in the council member voting on it. And so without precedent, I'm happy to provide consent, but I don't think it rises to the level. Any further discussion about the recusal? All in favor? I'm sorry, Councilmember Nelson. All in favor?
I do want to speak.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were waving me off.
I oppose the recusal for much of the same reasons that I think you framed in a little more gently than I would have. And I think that Councilmember Ramlawi was particularly kind in not pointing out that someone actually suggested he had a conflict, which when I heard, I was highly amused by. We are actually a very active member of the business community and works as hard as he does in our downtown to give us a window on what's happening in the downtown. It's no secret that he has a restaurant, and that is perspective that he brings. And I appreciate Mr. Postma's clarity in articulating that there's no conflict in fiduciary duty about him having a business and working for a living and giving us perspective on that issue. The issue that we are voting on has a broad benefit across all of the downtown restaurant businesses. He's a tiny sample of that whole segment. So I plan to oppose the recusal because I believe that Councilmember Romlawi was sort of badgered into proposing this to prevent people from accusing him of something that is simply not true. I think it's really a shame that somebody would have suggested that Councilmember Romlawi was trying to do something underhanded based on, basically ignorance of how conflict of interest works. But I want to go on record opposing this. I don't think it's a favor to Councilmember Romlawi. This is an unfortunate response to a really unkind thing that was said to him.
All right, I'm going to clear the queue and then we can talk about this. Is that all right? If we must. So I've got on this matter, on the recusal, Councilmember Romlawi, denier. And if that's.
Well, I appreciate the consideration that the body has given me. As I remarked earlier, often I don't feel there's a safe space for me to express myself, and this is one of them. In fact, I was asked to remove my name as a sponsor to not discuss this in addition to recusal. And this is coming from a colleague that I will leave nameless out of respect. But the mayor knows who it is. Councilmember Song knows who it is, because she CC'd both of them. I feel under attack constantly. That's the nature. I don't want to have any suspicion, since now I'm under suspicion for a lot of things that I didn't do, that I'm bringing this to somehow enrich myself. So for the folks on Twitter and for others who think I have everything I do is to somehow benefit myself and my business, I ask to be recused. Thank you.
Councilmember Briggs.
Oh, Mayor, I'm sorry.
sorry.
I was next on the, but I had my
Councilmember
hand
Ryer.
lowered. Yep. And I will be very brief. I just wanted to say I'm just going to vote no against. I'm going to vote against this recusal because I just don't want to set a precedent in anyone's mind that it's necessary. I think we should keep recusals for situations where it's actually legally necessary.
Further discussion of the recusal. Councilmember Briggs, my apologies.
Absolutely. So since it seems to be that I have been the one that has offended you today or yesterday, Councilmember Romlawi, I apologize. I have already sent you an apology note today saying that I was incorrect and acknowledging that I had received some questions around this and I have been corrected. So to that error, I've already apologized to you in writing. I'm happy to do that here in this public forum. If that makes you feel better, I certainly welcome your discussion since I have been given better information than I started with yesterday. So if you are recusing yourself to appease me, please do not. I welcome your participation.
Further Councilmember Romlawi.
That is not the reason. I'm not here to appease you. In fact, I've been greatly insulted by something other you did over the weekend, and this is nothing in compared to what you put in your newsletter about me. So no apologies necessary. You can apologize about something else, but not this. Thank you.
Further discussion of the recusal. Roll call vote, please start with Councilmember Dish.
Councilmember Dish,
No.
Councilmember Griswold,
No.
Councilmember Song,
Oh, no.
Councilmember Grand,
No.
Councilmember Dina,
No.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer,
No.
Councilmember Nelson,
No.
Councilmember Briggs,
No.
Councilmember Romlawi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner, absent. Motion fails.
Further discussion, the main motion. Councilmember Radina. Councilmember, you are inaudible.
Thanks. I am happy. I know in the original queue, Councilmember Briggs was ahead of me. She hasn't raised her hand again, but I would be happy to yield back to that queue. Okay. I just had a quick question about this. That I am supportive of this. I think that this was a good program that a lot of people used. I saw folks using them regularly. I wonder, I know to the extent that this significantly reduces parking revenue, potentially. I wonder if there's been any conversation, and maybe I ask this to our DDA liaisons, about modifying it to reserve some of those spaces as kind of 15-minute spaces or 30-minute spaces, as opposed to completely blocking them off. I don't necessarily have a strong preference one way or the other. I know that the free space makes it easy for people to jump in and jump out, and benefits businesses, but I also wonder to the extent that this program change may be coming because of such decreased revenue as a result of the lost parking.
Ms. Thompson, are you in a position to respond?
Sure. Sorry, and I missed a little bit of your question as I was being brought in. So can you wanted to know about reducing?
Yeah, I just wondered to the extent, I think this was a valuable program. I saw lots of people using it. I wonder to the extent that there had been any consideration of like changing some of these spaces to a 15-minute time frame or a 30-minute time frame, knowing that coming to an end may have been a result of decreased parking revenue and how that impacts DDA.
Sure. So all of the 148 carryout spots are 15-minute spots. So they are already limited. When the DDA made this decision back in August, it was at a time when vaccine rollouts were happening, really increasing. U of M was back, football was coming back. And at the time when we communicated this to the area associations, we got very, very limited feedback. And really, even now, we've gotten limited feedback, but it's been equal on both sides. So we've had the same amount of people who say, please leave them on, others who say, please take them off. So, I think either way, whether we take them off January 1st or June 1st, in the grand scheme of things, it's all going to be okay. But we have heard feedback from both sides.
Councilmember Song.
Thompson, can you speak to how, if we keep this going, the one thing that we did was cease the street closure program on November 1st. I think partly in cold weather and because Main Street Area Association had pulled, it was kind of split as to whether to continue during winter. Do we know if continuing this will this impact that conversation when we revisit closing the streets closing the streets again in the spring, or hopefully the spring or summer? Like, how would this program work if we continue to do this? Is there any connection?
There's no connection. I mean, the curbside carryout program continued during the street closures. We just relocated them in those blocks where the streets were closed. So there really wouldn't be, you know, any connection to closing the streets. It wouldn't. These carryout spaces would not impact that one way or the other.
And then have there already been discussions like how we did with the street closures in pulling the Main Street, or in pulling the associations? Then you said that it's evenly split again.
Yeah, so I reached out to the 4 associations. State Street District and Main Street were both supportive of removing the bags at the end of the year. However, acknowledged that they heard feedback in favor of and also against. And then just today, Carytown District reached out to me to say they would actually prefer that we leave them on until June 1st.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yep.
Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It's approved. Mr. Postman, do we have a closed session? Ms. Thompson, thank you.
Mayor, we do not have a closed session tonight.
We have before us the clerk's report of communications, petitions, and referrals. May I have a motion, please, to approve the clerk's report? Moved by Councilmember Griswold, second by Councilmember Dish. Discussion of the clerk's report. All in favor? Opposed? The clerk's report is approved. Do we have communications today from our city attorney?
I do have communications, Mayor, and I'd like the council to listen very carefully to what I have to say. I appreciate the council's interest in what City Attorney Slay is doing when we make ordinance changes. We work very hard on them. We look at the legality, and we bring resolutions to you that you eventually pass. You're quite happy about that, and you should be in this case. We do it not only in the criminal context, but we also do it in the civil context. I'll give you a case in point, the early leasing ordinance. You all adopted that unanimously. Now, during the course of the adoption of that, we had threats from landlords. Was illegal. We went forward with it, despite those threats. They brought a lawsuit, and we went to court on that. We carefully prepared the resolution, and we carefully prepared the defense. And you know what? A couple of weeks ago, or last week, we were in court and we defended that. And the judge, it's on a preliminary injunction, upheld the ordinance and said there was a likelihood of success on the merits. We filed a motion now to dismiss the case. And I think we can all agree that that case was carefully prepared by this office. You trust our office to do that. You trust us to do it ethically. You trust us to do it professionally. And we've done that. Now, during the course of that, if an employee says, I've read the landlord's threatening letter, I've done this, so on and so forth, I'm not going to enforce this resolution ordinance that the council has done and wants me to stop and not do that. It's of no consequence to me. We've carefully looked at it and we're proceeding. If he wants me to stop the city administrator from doing what the council by unanimous action has asked us to do, I'm not going to do that all either. And we can all agree tonight, this late, that that would be quite unwise for us to do. That would make no difference to me if that employee in the early leasing ordinance said, council, the city attorney or the city administrator doing something illegal. I agree with the landlords. Please stop them. Would make no difference to me if they went to you every right to go to you. Makes absolutely no difference to me because we've looked at it carefully. We might get a second opinion. We might do something else. And in the end, we'd go to court. And we, as we did in the early leasing ordinance, would make any difference to me if a council member who didn't like the early leasing ordinance attacked me, attacked the office, did any of those things. Those are of no consequence to me. My focus is on the unanimous resolution of the council, what the law is, what the professional obligations are to defend an action in the federal court, and then to go to federal court and receive a determination from the court. That's what's done. And I think we all can agree that that is the proper thing for the city attorney to do in those circumstances. So that's case number one a week ago. 2 weeks ago, coincidentally, we also went to court in the vaccine mandate case. Again, a mandate that you all unanimously approved of, that was important to the city. And again, we had a situation where the police officers union disagreed. They threatened with litigation, threatened that it was illegal, city was doing illegal things. And we looked at it carefully, and we disagreed. They took us to court. Again, it was on a preliminary injunction motion. And again, the judge said, don't even meet the likelihood of success on the merits. And of course, we can all agree that the same process was filed. It doesn't matter to me if an employee believes the police union's position, wants me to stop something that the council by resolution has unanimously endorsed, that we've looked at legally, and we've looked at a second time with outside counsel. Make no difference to me. Make no difference to me if somebody complains to the council, they're right, but it's not going to change my view. I suppose it could if they raise something but if it doesn't, I'm going to go forward, do what we all agree I need to do, and that is go forward with the ordinance. If the case is in court, I'll defend that case. But none of the things that you're talking about, none of the threats from a lawsuit, none of the chiding, no personal attack can get me to change that. And you all need to know that. You should know that after 18 years. So tonight we'll leave on a unified note that, look, you all have a resolution. We'll look at it carefully. We'll look at the law. We'll go forward. Perhaps we'll deal with it in court. But I am immune from suggestions that I will do something to thwart that because an employee wants that. It won't happen. It won't even happen if a council member wants it. 2 council members, 3. If it's a resolution by the council and it's in good faith, I have my professional obligations. I'm immune from all of the other things and I will move forward. You all know that. And we can all agree that that's the right thing to do. And I will continue to do that. I can assure you, I can assure the city, they all know that. So let's move forward, and thank you for listening tonight. Okay?
Thank you. We now come to public comment general time. Public comment general time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment general time, one need not have signed up in advance. To speak at public comment general time, please enter the number on your screen. That is 877-853-5247. 877-853-5247. Once you're connected, please enter meeting ID 942-1273-2148. 942-1273-2148. Once you're connected, please enter *9 *9 to indicate that you wish to speak. When it is your turn to speak, our clerk will identify you by the last 3 digits of your telephone number. When it is your turn to speak, you'll have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the time. Our clerk will notify you when 30 seconds are remaining and when your time has expired. When your time has expired, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. Is there anyone who'd like to speak at public comment?
Caller with the phone number 556. Press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Ralph McKee, 5th Ward. It's been a long night. I appreciate your time and attention. I have a couple comments in response to some of the things that were said this meeting. There's a lot of interesting and heated dialogue tonight. I wanted to respond to the comments I think made by Councilmember Iyer about Trumpian. Let's talk about some of the things that are truly Trumpian. I would start with Mr. Fournier's tweet saying that Mr. Guajardo's complaint was completely fabricated. That's pretty much exactly like what Donald Trump did after the Mueller report and after the impeachment votes. Do any of you even care about that? This is a leading city staff person who's basically calling a former highly regarded employee a fabricator, a liar. That's what he did. Doesn't seem like anybody cares. I guess he's one of yours. He's perfect. He's a staff person. Not going to criticize that. And the other thing, I mean, this is classic circle the wagon behavior. Protect our own. That's reminiscent of the Trump White House and the Bill Barr Department of Justice. We go after those who try to help a whistleblower. We go after those who we think might have leaked. We'll make them pay. That's just like Donald Trump. He's very good at that. Let's move to Jennifer Salvatore. She's not the Delphi Truth Oracle, okay? AV rating or not. I spent a lot of years fighting highly rated lawyers from the big national firms. They put their pants on one leg at a time, just like you do and I do. They make mistakes. They do bad jobs. Rudy Giuliani used to be highly rated too. Sidney Powell also. The Rittenhouse judge too. The Supreme Court justices you don't like. People, you need to evaluate what she actually did, not what her rep is. And until the points that I made in the email I sent you are answered by her, Mr. Postma, or you, when that happens, I'll shut up. Until then, her rating means nothing. And there's no one accusing anyone of blatant corruption here. It's usually way more subtle than that. Dan Adams made a good point. He said she had a fiduciary duty to her client. That's right. Who is her client? It's you, not Mr. Postma. And he's the person, though, who hires her. It's human nature, if you want to get a regular job with a big client, which it is here, that you aren't going to slam them. That's just human nature. It happens every day.
30 seconds.
I'm not accusing her of being of corrupt, but it's stunning to me that she barely touched on the biggest issue of what happened between Mr. Postma and Mr. Guajardo in that weekend, and the lack of protection. That was the biggest issue. And it's staggering to me that Mr. Postma didn't even think that there was a complaint being made against him. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 604. Do you have a comment? Go ahead.
Hi, this is Eric Lipson calling from Rosewood Street. I always like to start on a high note, and I was walking the other day on the tunnel underneath the railroad tracks at Depot and thinking what a great thing that was for the city as far as storm mitigation. You know, that was a timely thing by the city to do that. It will save, in the long run, a lot of grief and a lot of flooding. I would propose you call that the Jerry Hancock Tunnel, because he was the city staff person who worked when I was even on planning commission for many, many, many years, like 10 years to get that accomplished. And he and many others did that. moving on, I am, as a member of the juried public here, who's watching what's going on in the battle between the council factions, I find it alarming to watch city government disintegrating. We are removing from their committee assignments several very qualified people that we're paying to be our city council people, and you're taking them off. You're removing the personnel for that office, and as far as they're concerned, they're on paid vacation or paid leave if they don't have to go to all those obligations. And I'm sure the rest of the staff, or I should say the council, is just pleased as punch to totally pick up all the slack that's left behind by those council members that are taken off those committees, and for reasons which, again, looking at it by preponderance of the evidence, I don't think that the mayor and his allies have proven their case beyond just a preponderance of the evidence, just by 51%. There were too many open questions, despite what I have to say was a brilliant closing by the mayor, using a great quote: "Inaction is acquiescence." Brilliant, really well done, except I don't think you actually have it by a preponderance of the evidence there. Well, there is people who are in the room at the time.
30 seconds.
The two council people involved denied flatly that they said anything that was alleged in the manner that it was said. You know, what's wrong with you guys? Can't you have like a good trash hauling scandal or something? It has to do with who said what when. They were accused on this by other council members of crimes. That's pretty defamatory, and I agree in this case with the council person who said councilperson Grand, who said further investigation is warranted, and I agree.
Thank you. Mayor, could you potentially mute your mic when others? I can hear you typing.
Thank you.
Michelle Hughes, can unmute yourself. Go ahead. Michelle Hughes.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi. Okay, so I read the sidewalk snow removal report, AC1, and I am very excited for next steps to be taken. And, you know, I think the sidewalk snow removal is going to be a very important thing for helping with non-motorized transit, for creating accessibility in the city, and therefore equity. So the report lists some high numbers of dollars, and I don't think we should be intimidated by them. I don't think we should limit the scope of our imagination because we see these numbers. We should understand that comprehensive sidewalk snow removal is simply a service that the government must provide. In that context, large numbers are not an argument against doing things, but simply a point of information. This is how much money we must raise. It's something that we got to know when we're drafting a millage or looking where in the budget to take money from. It's definitely not something where we should take a lower level of service just because the numbers look large. If we do less, we'll leave more residents behind and potentially trap more disabled people in their houses all winter, and we shouldn't be doing that anymore. So the report notes that sidewalk snow removal, even the most expensive option, is less expensive than the current operations that are in place to clear snow to assist people that are driving private automobiles. We have to start prioritizing things differently for the climate and for safety, which are our highest goals according to council resolutions. So now the report suggests that we have some we might have some extremely difficult time hiring staff to clear all the sidewalks, but that's not a reason not to try to do it. If we can't clear all of the sidewalks because we physically can't hire that many people, well then we can just prioritize the streets at that time. But we shouldn't aim for a lower level of service just because it sounds more achievable. We should aim to clear every sidewalk and just do our best. As to the question of whether to hire staff internally or use contractors, I'm not sure there's a clear answer, but I might suggest hiring staff directly because the report says that it would take a lot of work to build up the capacity of a contractor to do this work. And I'm worried that if we do that, then we'll be locked in with that vendor forever, because we can't just rebid that to somebody else, because no
30
one else is going
seconds.
to have that experience and that capacity. So I think it would be better to build the capacity in our own organization, but I could be wrong about that. I would still support starting the RFI process suggested in the report, because I think we should explore every option. It sounds like council action is required to move sidewalk snow removal forward, so please take that action without delay. I mentioned a public engagement process. Start that right away. We should start clearing sidewalks as quickly as possible. It makes our city safer, more accessible, and more climate friendly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 936. Press *6 to unmute your phone. Go ahead.
Hello. So I just wanted to say my comments are directed to my council member, Ramlawi, and Nelson. I'm very concerned by y'all breaking closed session confidentiality. But I also want to speak more to Councilmember Ramlawi, that in a discussion with online about one of your posts that led you to block one of your constituents, you can't do that as a government official. I just wanted to read you something that you may have forgotten, or maybe you didn't do your homework last time you trampled on it, but it says, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for redress of grievances. You're taking somebody's right to petition for redress of their grievances when you block them on your social media platforms that you use as a government official. You are the government. Just think on that, because you're representing the government, right? And so the things that you do to the residents by limiting their contact and participation in government is an infringement on the First Amendment. And from your last infraction against the First Amendment, I filed a case with the ACLU. So if you continue to go after me personally for these comments, I do have a case against Ann Arbor City Council, specifically Councilmember Mlawi, already open with the ACLU. So, you know, I guess
30 seconds.
you can take that as a dare to respond to me, but you really shouldn't. I'll give you a hint. Just don't. Just, you know, maybe don't defecate on the First Amendment again. That would be cool. Thanks. Peace.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 047. Press *6 to unmute your phone. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Lisa Jackson from the Independent Community Police Oversight Commission. I just wanted to be sure to go on the record to reiterate that our commission is interested in reviewing any and all contracts related to the Ann Arbor Police Department. That includes professional assistance and other collective bargaining agreements, as well as the AAPD budget allocations. Mayor Taylor and Council clearly opened the door to that process in June of 2020. And I want to assure you that even though we are volunteers, we have never shirked our responsibilities. We have never indicated that we were uninterested in reviewing any collective bargaining agreement at any time. even when given impossibly short periods of time to do so. Those of you who know us, that probably doesn't even sound like anything we would do. We would never refuse or be uninterested in doing so. Further, Mr. Fournier stated earlier that because we didn't offer changes to the PSS contract in August of 2020, he assumed we would not have any suggestions regarding the police professional assistance contract in 2021. That assumption is incorrect. And it's yet another example of how there's no enforcement of agreements regarding our commission. You know, we were sworn in 2019, and so for the first couple of years you guys are new, but that we were sort of ignored in that process is not really reflective of our length of service anymore. We're certainly not new any longer. It appears rather to be a reflection of the lack of regard of our commission. So council, if you could please give city offices some incentive to bring those contracts to us for review, such that we can do our job and review them, we would be grateful to do that work. Not only does it provide expertise to council, but it also provides transparency to those who live, work, and visit Ann Arbor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Adam Jaskowitz.
Hi, my name is Adam Juskevich. I'm a 4th Ward resident. There's a few things that I did want to talk about, but really I just want to emphasize we really need to be listening to the Independent Citizens Police Oversight Commission and make sure that we're taking their work seriously. I think we need to consider all of the work around the unarmed non-police responses and all of that, and all of the work that they're doing around the various contracts. And I think that's something that we really need to consider. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I don't see any other callers on the line with their hands up.
Seeing no one? Oh.
Caller with the phone number 083, do you have a comment? Go ahead.
Hello. Hi, this is Alan Haber, 5th Ward, and I'm also on the Council of the Commons and the Initiating Committee. And I'm very glad to welcome Lisa Dish onto the Council of the Commons. And the first recommendation of the Council of the Task Force, and I think you have a learning curve to familiarize yourself with the work of the Center of the City Task Force, was to develop the Council of the Commons. And the first item in the action on the Council of the Commons is that the members should educate themselves as to what is the Commons and what is commoning, and to explore decision-making processes that recognize the nature of commoning as a form of municipal organization where commonly pooled resources are self-managed by the users. And that is a different form of organization than the city is usually familiar with. So it is new, and also it is different from having a corporation or some organized profit-making agent determine how the resources should be used. It's a form of organization based on mutual benefit of the people that are using the resources. That is the land, the library surface lot, library lane, Liberty Plaza, Camp House, and other land that might be adjoined to the commons, and the resources such that might be given by the city or that people independently give, including people's talents, which is the greatest resource. And so I encourage you to become and encourage your fellow Council of the Commons members to educate yourself on what really is the Commons in this form of municipal organization that is developing all over the world in what is called co-cities. on page 10 of the resource of the report of the task force, and especially 16 and 17. There's information on the commons and in the resource and in the appendices.
30
and
seconds.
I want also to address Milton Mahoney, our new city administrator, that one of the essential functions assigned to the city administrator and the recommendations of the task force is to convene a block group of the partners all around the commons so that we begin to have a cooperative working together and understanding where everybody is coming from. That has not yet been done, and it is a necessary function to help this move forward, and it is the city administrator. So welcome, Lisa, and Milton, I hope you can move this along, and thank you, City Council, and I wish you all peace and love. You need it. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Mayor, I don't see any other callers with their hands up.
Seeing no one further, public comment is closed. Are there communications today from council? Councilmember Song.
Some state bills that came through, I think, was really timely. Senator Stephanie Chang had pushed through 637 and 638. That creates a community crisis response fund and behavioral health jail diversion fund, which aligns really nicely with what we would like to see come forward. We do by the end of this month recommendations on how we can approach our crisis response. I'm excited to see this work. We've, I think all of us have already been in contact with community organizers on this end, working closely with Dr. Jackson, Dr. Fleming, Pastor White. I'm really looking forward to this partnership, nonprofit community press.
Councilmember Griswold.
Work. So.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Song, I interrupted you.
No, I was sorry. I was a little distracted by a little bit of movement on the screen. I wasn't really sure what was happening. So I just wanted to say that I'm looking forward to the report. I think I'd like to see what comes out of our administrative office. And I'm really encouraged to hear that folks are responsive and working together to this end.
Thank you. Councilmember Ramloy.
In response to the caller who suggested I block somebody from my social media account, that is false. The person did reach out to the city attorney, the mayor, and myself, and then followed up with another email to say that he was able to access my account, or they were able to access my account. So that's not a practice of mine, but apparently when you're an elected official, anything can be said about you, and it's okay. You know, again, I just want to talk about this nasty closed session on October 4th. I will say that was the worst closed session I've ever been in. We didn't have a city administrator there. It was a shouting match. It was a 2.5-hour shouting match in which we were supposed to get a memorandum, a letter from the city attorney's office describing how we need to go about ourselves in closed session because it was such a disaster. In fact, we had to get 2 different legal memos sent to us later because what was told to us in that meeting needed to be clarified. There was so much confusion going on. Okay, I got a sentence here from this report. I believe, based on witness interviews and a review of the legal memo that was discussed, a mischaracterization and or misunderstanding of what was communicated by legal counsel. When you look at that and you think about it logically, like Ralph McKee did, spent this whole weekend, and I would hope each one of you will read his analysis. You might learn something. That you're looking at one side of the equation here. The investigator never asked me what was discussed in closed session. This report has so many holes in it, it should be called Swiss cheese. And if you plan on having more investigations, I hope you also accompany them with a subpoena, because I'm not going to show up without my own personal attorney. I will be going after this report and the people that have come after me with it, because democracy is under attack.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yeah, I just want to say that we cannot pass another millage in this community unless we have a functional body here, and we all have to own it. And I want to say that I will reach out to Mr. Postma and Mr. Mahoney before taking legal action. But I want to make it very clear that I was not interviewed by Miss Salvatore, and that I had additional information that is relevant to this case. And lastly, what she did is similar to what has been done for many years for political gain, and it needs to stop, or we are going to jeopardize the future of this community and the future passage of this millage.
Further discussion? Pardon me, further communications from council? May I have a motion to adjourn, please? Moved by Councilmember Song, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? We are adjourned. Mr. Duhoney, Mr. Postma, Ms.